Man, it's a great shot, because it was dipping and swerving. Jim Leighton played safe with the save. McClare, Wallace through the centre this time. Hughes peels off to his right. McClare joins in. Mark Hughes against Grobbelaar. McClare was hoping that Hughes could have rolled it across the face of the goal. That would have been difficult to do at that speed. Robson. Beautifully played with McClare. Hughes. The free man to the right is Blackmore. There's Hughes! Well, they do deserve a goal, Manchester United. And here they come again with the two Welshmen, Blackmore and Hughes. And Hughes has turned Hussein. He wants to lay it off. Phelan and McClare and the fingertips of Grobbelaar.
Three days after their Anfield anxieties against Manchester United, when even manager Kenny Dalglish admitted Liverpool didn't deserve their point, this was a much more convincing start against Sheffield Wednesday. Jan Molby meeting a Barry Venison cross after just 2 minutes. So a major problem for the Wednesday manager, Ron Atkinson, who'd studied Liverpool so closely as part of our commentary team for the match against Manchester United. He has injected much more confidence into his side. John Sheridan, one of the signings, with some superb approach work. Daly and Atkinson almost rounding it off. Liverpool held their lead until half-time and for another 5 minutes into the second half. Then, from Nigel Worthington's corner, Atkinson was left alone by Liverpool at the far post to their cost. 1-1. And Sheffield Wednesday not satisfied with just that, not letting their illustrious opponents settle on the ball. One of the Liverpool substitutes, David Burrows, was caught out here, and Franz Carr, on loan from Nottingham Forest, looking to crown his Wednesday debut with a goal. Really a miskick which turned into a perfect pass for David Hurst, and how Liverpool survived, only Hurst will know. So Wednesday only 5 minutes away from a creditable draw. Steve Staunton and Burrows plotting at this free kick. Staunton hit it hard and low, and Ian Rush reacting to score his 230th Liverpool goal to move to third in the club's all-time list. It was a winner for Liverpool, but they scarcely deserved it.
As both Liverpool and Aston Villa will tell you, the Dell is a far from friendly place for Championship hopefuls, although the hostile reception for Paul Davis was all about the incident in which he broke Glenn Cockerill's jaw when these two teams met at Highbury last season. Davis, unperturbed, almost set up a second-half goal for Alan Smith, Tim Flowers saving well, and Arsenal had other chances too. But John Lukic made 3 fine saves at the other end before Southampton won the match 8 minutes from time. Rob Wallace struck decisively as George Graham's side lost the match and the First Division leadership. Arsenal's next assignment is a trip to Villa Park, which hosted its biggest crowd of the season as more than 41,000 turned out for the visit of Manchester United. The home fans had to wait until 10 minutes into the second half for a goal, David Platt denied by Jim Leighton, before Ian Olney picked up the rebound to give Aston Villa the lead. It's turning into a good season for Platt, released by United 5 years ago. He found his way to the First Division via a spell with Crewe and now looks more than likely to find his way into Bobby Robson's World Cup squad. Against his boyhood club, Platt was Villa's most influential player and deserved his goal after Tony Daly's run had set him up. United, missing the injured Brian Robson and Danny Wallace, looked wary after their impressive efforts in drawing at Anfield 3 days earlier. They lost their way after going behind. Alex Ferguson's search for solutions is becoming an exasperating one. Villa, by contrast, look in fine shape. They are emerging as the third contender in this season's title race. Daly fed Platt to set up Kevin Gage to drive in their third goal. The message from Villa Park: bring on Arsenal. Tottenham won 5-0 the last time these two sides met and looked intent on beating that score in the first half here. Just 8 minutes had been played when Paul Stewart's square pass gave Vinnie Samways all the space he needed to score a classy opening goal. Spurs were just too quick for Millwall at times. Steve Sedgley's pass sending Gary Lineker in from the flank. Alan McCleary was deceived by the England striker's quick feet, the Millwall defender catching up just in time to get the scoring touch himself. "2-0 after 18 minutes became 3 after 35. Stewart was involved again. Paul Allen running into space to deliver the decisive pass before Lineker, having made the second, scored the third. Neat finish. It was to Millwall's great credit that they didn't capitulate. They actually made a decent game of it in the second half and could have scored more than the solitary goal they got through Tony Cascarino's header. But Tottenham were still comfortable winners. Nottingham Forest are next at White Hart Lane. If you were searching for thrills on Boxing Day, Selhurst Park was the place to go. Chelsea's previous 4 matches in all competitions have produced 27 goals. Kerry Dixon took advantage of some slapstick defending to put them in front at Crystal Palace with less than a minute gone. The last time Dixon scored in the first minute of a game was against Wimbledon at the start of the month, and Chelsea lost that one 5-2. Bobby Campbell's side had already conceded 14 goals during the month of December, and it's not hard to see why. No challenges on Ian Wright as he progressed from the halfway line to score his 10th goal of the season. Chelsea's defence looked terrified whenever Wright ran at them. Here's another example. As Dave Besant saved and white-shirted players panicked, Alan Pardew thought he'd scored. Ken Monkow somehow diverted the ball over. It was clear, though, that any Palace player with a sense of adventure had a chance of striking the jackpot. John Pemberton, having started this move from right back, kept running to pick up Mark Bright's return pass and ended up with only his 3rd goal in 183 career league appearances. That left the visitors staring at a 4th successive league defeat and searching desperately for salvation. It came with time running out. Graham Lasso, the young Channel Islander, marked his First Division debut with this late equaliser. On the early evidence, Howard Kendall is going to make Manchester City awkward to play against. Brian Gunn, Norwich's goalkeeper, certainly didn't enjoy facing them and was grateful to see Trevor Morley's early goal disallowed for a push. Kendall's side had the ball in the net again before half-time. Andy Hinchcliffe's cross causing problems for Gunn, who was perhaps lucky to get the referee's verdict here. Gary Megson, the player, denied this time. The home side looking nothing like a team who had been fighting relegation since August. Norwich rarely looked like a team in 4th, carrying minimal threat as Peter Reid ran the midfield for Kendall, but the new manager was heading for a second goalless draw until 4 minutes from the end, when substitute Clive Allen raced clear to lift Manchester City off the bottom of the table. Everton are starting to get their act together again after a tricky couple of months, scoring a well-taken goal at the baseball ground. Paul Blades didn't get enough on the clearance, and Stuart McCall pulled out his FA Cup final party piece again. That was McCall's 3rd goal since scoring against Liverpool at Wembley in May. Kevin Ratcliffe and Dave Watson worked hard in Everton's defence to frustrate Dean Saunders, the First Division's leading scorer, and it was Trevor Hebbard who had Derby's best chance to equalise, but Neville Southall was in fine form to deny him. Last season's Littlewoods Cup finalists were reunited at Kenilworth Road. Wembley winners in April, Forest ran the first half here, failing to take 3 good chances before going in front 10 minutes before half-time. Steve Hodge scoring for the 2nd game in a row after Gary Parker, Nigel Clough and Nigel Jemson had all been involved. How Forest failed to press their advantage from there is a mystery. It seemed as if Luton were there for the taking. Jemson let them off the hook. Luton scrabbling around for points at present, sent on Mick Harford for the injured Lars Elstrup after that, and Forest didn't know how to cope. Harford has had a rotten time with injuries since his Wembley goal 8 months ago. His very presence lifted the home side, who equalised with 8 minutes left. Richard Cook, the former Tottenham youngster, scoring his first goal for the club. How Luton missed the creativity of Roy Wegerle. He was making his first start for his new club, Queen's Park Rangers, at home to Coventry. The confidence when running at defenders was clear from the off. Simon Barker couldn't quite profit here. The QPR number 10 shirt has been worn by some great players down the years. Wegerle appears keen to take up the challenge of matching them. £1 million well spent? Looks that way, doesn't it? The only thing missing from Wegerle's impressive home debut was a goal, but Rangers did score before half-time. No penalty there as Andy Sinton went to ground under Greg Downs' challenge. Only a temporary reprieve though, as when the cross came in, Mark Falco punished Coventry for failing to clear their lines. But despite all Wegerle's tricks and flicks, he was upstaged by David Speedy. Dean Emerson's ball over the top sat up nicely, and Speedy improvised brilliantly. A goal as special as it was rare, only the 6th away from home for Coventry in the league all season. Certainly worth celebrating, and worth getting dressed up for too. A great chance for somebody to improve their numbers at Plough Lane. Wimbledon had won just once at home in the league all season, Charlton just once away. It was the home side who got the break. Paul Mortimer brought down Terry Gibson. And some redemption for penalty taker Keith Curle, who conceded a spot kick and scored an own goal in defeat at Coventry last time out in the league. This game was witnessed by the lowest Boxing Day crowd in the top 2 divisions, fewer than 6,000 at Plough Lane. Indeed, there were bigger attendances at 8 games in Division 3 and another 3 in Division 4. The assembled throng, such as it was, saw a rare goal for midfielder Detsy Krasinski. His header made it 2-0. In the second half, he was joined on the score sheet by John Gale, the striker plucked out of non-league football earlier this year when he was signed from Burton Albion. Gale has struggled to adjust to the First Division, but his first Football League goal may well help him. It's proving to be another tough season for Charlton, who managed to pull one back before the end from Scott Minto's corner, Mickey Bennett converting the loose ball amid the scramble. But Lenny Lawrence's team are now bottom of the First Division, and it's Liverpool away next.
Daly again. Cowans. Ormondroyd against Bold in the centre. Platt. Oh, he's done it brilliantly. Wonderful goal. David Platt. A great year it's been for him. And he continues this amazing run. 8 games now in the league on this ground in a row, in which Platt has scored, and this must be one of the best. It was a brilliant turn then. A terrific technician who lost David O'Leary and buried it past John Lukic. Ormondroyd, is it Platt again? It still could be David Platt, and Tony Adams was able to stand in the line of the shot to save Arsenal, and Villa break free from the shackles to have a corner. Daly, maybe Villa will score from it. Derek Mountfield, they have! Arsenal in a line, look at the linesman. Lukic in disbelief. Just at a time when Aston Villa's lead looks so fragile, they spring the Arsenal offside trap with Tony Daly's cross and a solid header from Derek Mountfield. He was unmarked because Arsenal expected the whistle. They didn't get it. It's Aston Villa 2, Arsenal 0. George Graham won't be disappointed about the energy that his team have expended, but the end product hasn't been there. There might be a goal here though, simply through weight of numbers. Groves. That's Adams! But there still may be time. 2-1. And he wants to get the game restarted. Has it come too late for Arsenal? Groves got the cross, and Adams was there first. Took a flick off McGrath on the way in.
So Samways then with this corner for Tottenham. Sedgley at the near post looking for the flick on. And there is that flick on, and Lineker! And Spurs in the lead. Forest unable to defend from that flick on at the near post. And Lineker did his work. Yes, a good foraging run by the Forest skipper. Clough! Saved by Mills, but Clough on the rebound. And Forest a level. 1-1. The back heel there by Stewart, Samways, but Spurs unable to get this away. Hodge, nice little touch there. Oh, and a great touch there by Nigel Clough. Hodge continuing his run onto the left foot now. Plenty of red shirts are up, and at the far post is Crosby. And Forest, with 2 in 3 minutes, now go into the lead. Gascoigne, Spurs still searching for this equaliser. Forest defending well, but there's Lineker. Oh, and a marvellous save by Sutton. Terrific piece of goalkeeping. Spurs then making this double substitution. Paul Walsh and Gary Stevens are on, but it's Forest in possession. And here's Parker, and here's another chance for Forest. He's gone round Mims, and Forest 3-1 ahead. Substitutions may well have confused Tottenham for a moment. Parker was in. So the last seconds of the game now. Gascoigne making a good run here for Tottenham, but he overhit the cross. It's knocked back in again. Stewart's in there against the crossbar. Lineker from close range. But Forest look likely to make it a worthy celebration for Brian Clough, his 1000th game as manager.
Staunton, and Barnes is in. Liverpool a goal ahead. And Barnes against McLaughlin. Looks though he's got the legs of the defender to meet, and that looks like a penalty. Indeed it is. Rush against Bob Boulder. Great save from Boulder, and away. Charlton still playing their football. This is Mortimer, the substitute. And Steve McKenzie. Oh, acrobatic and very effective.
Crystal Palace went into the decade hailed as the team of the 80s. They finish it with Steve Cockle claiming his players' priority at Arsenal on Monday will be to keep the score down. Don't take his words too seriously. Palace are discovering a degree of resilience, securing victory over Norwich through Ian Wright's 11th goal of the season. Sheffield Wednesday, unlucky to lose at Anfield on Boxing Day, deservedly went in front at the Dell. Franz Carr's cross, Daly and Atkinson's 7th goal of the season. Wednesday may be in the bottom 3, but it's becoming increasingly difficult to see them as relegation candidates. Opponents Southampton are a fearsome prospect at home, as Arsenal found out on Boxing Day. Rob Wallace's pace is enough to make any defender panic. Roland Nielsen with a little tug of the shirt there, forcing referee David Hutchinson to award a penalty. Matthew Le Tissier showed his customary composure, 1-1 just before half-time. Le Tissier then demonstrated his alertness to score again just before the hour mark. Russell Osman's free kick, Paul Rideout's flick, and goalkeeper Kevin Pressman beaten to the final touch by Southampton's number 7. It was Wednesday who had the final word though. Nigel Worthington's corner, Peter Shirtliff's header. Ron Atkinson said afterwards that his side looked half decent. Certainly the teams just above them have every reason to be worried.
Difficult times for Luton. They seem to be running but getting nowhere, and Chelsea have all the space. Here's McAllister down the right hand side, and Wilson with a header. Not a particularly good one, but good enough to beat Chamberlain, and Luton are 1 down. Here's Clark to Wilson. So much space for Chelsea. Dixon wide on the left. Nobody getting at him. Wilson with a little flick, just enough again to beat goalkeeper Chamberlain, and he might well shrug his arms. Luton chasing the game now, but things not really going for them up front. Nobody really knows who's going for what, as Moncau bangs it away, and it's Dixon against Dreyer, and he's past him, and it's 3-0, 83 minutes gone, it's all over.
Downs, the Coventry skipper, to take the free kick. 1, and Drinkle back off the post into the arms of Shilton. Could have been a goal in the first minute. Short, Sage supporting the cord. And the cord now left foot and deep. Wright is there, Pickering's there! Classically simple goal. 2 against 1 here. The 1 is Downs, he's taken the divot, the cord has taken the ball. Pickering's header, and plenty of time for Trevor Hebbard. Downs. Speedy, ever the popular villain. Listen to Downs. Drinkle. Nicely done, Smith. And Speedy, what a good goal. Beautifully worked. And Speedy took it well, but there's a lot of credit in the build-up there. Oh, he's Hebbard through. Well, it was a tremendous finish, but defences ought not to be caught by sucker punches like that. Plays. Battled for it well, and now sets Saunders away again. And in it goes by Ramage with a minute to go. Derby have made it 4-1.
Coming up, 25 seconds of footage that pretty well summarises Everton's season. It starts with great promise before descending into disappointment and frustration. The visitors, having overcommitted to attack at Loftus Road, then failed to legislate for the speed on the break of Roy Wegerle. The new £1 million signing from Luton set up the only goal for Andy Sinton, allowing Rangers to pull a little further away from the relegation zone. Everton, top in October, are now stuck in mid-table.
Youngie scored.
Big Youngie's usually come up for a corner and get the ball.
Yeah, they're 1 down again. It really is amazing, their form. It is, as you rightly say, up and down. I mean, they've battled well. They've battled back to get into this game. Mark Hughes coming in with a goal now, and that's 1-1. And you can see the anger as he runs back past all the players. He's thrown the goalkeeper the ball, thrown 4 there, 5 there, and so you could see the frustration. And there's Mark again on the ball. I mean, you can't accuse them for not battling.
Well, I think that's correct. Young Robbins, with the header there, you can't accuse him that, Jim. That's the one thing I do feel that Fergie's teams are battling, but they get no breaks at all. Nothing. I mean, this is a terrible scramble.
Or lack of concentration, or what? I don't know what it is, but obviously things are not going right for him, and that's a pretty soft goal by Alan Colt there. Howard's got City buzzing a little bit, hasn't he? And they seem to be struggling a bit, Millwall. This boy David White played on the wing a couple of weeks ago, and we did feel that if he went inside he'd be more dangerous.
That's right.
And dangerous he's been. He's finished up scoring both goals here.
Dorigo, a little too quick for Nielsen, but he didn't come away with the ball, which has now been transferred by Aston Villa to Tony Daly, and that could mean trouble for Chelsea until he's stopped by Clive Wilson. Gage, and again. Oh, deflected, goal! It'll go down to Kevin Gage, but it gave Besant no chance. Daly. It's run on for Olney, and this is how Daly loves to get the ball. And Chelsea, even Dorigo's not quick enough to get to him, and look at that! Tony Daly. Terrific goal for Villa. Platt, 3-0, and David Platt delighted. It looked comfortable for Arsenal. Jeff Hopkins, sluggish. Alan Smith scoring in style. Lee Dixon with extra freedom to go forward because of George Graham's return to the sweeper system. Dixon doing it brilliantly with excellent assistance from Michael Thomas. A really delicious goal from Lee Dixon. A strong tide running against Palace now. The closest they came to stemming it from this 34th minute corner. Arsenal couldn't clear it. Eventually the scramble ends with Alan Pardew pulling it back to 2-1. Arsenal's answer to that was full of authority. 2 more goals before half-time. Thomas might have had this one himself, but his on-target volley given the decisive scoring touch by Tony Adams. Thomas with a playful kick at his captain, confirming the story. Adams was involved in the next one as well, the ball dropping into the stride of Smith for his second. Alan Smith didn't appear for the second half. It stayed 4-1 to Arsenal.
A day to forget at Highfield Road for Paul Gascoigne. That swing at Coventry's Lloyd McGrath during the first half resulted in a fractured forearm for the England international, who's now expected to be out of action for between 5 and 6 weeks. It was an off day too for Gary Lineker, who'd scored 5 times in his previous 4 matches, but was unable to take his best opportunity when it came in the second half. The match did improve as it went on after a fractious opening half which had brought 5 bookings in the first 39 minutes. It was Tottenham who went closest to winning it 7 minutes from the end. Vinnie Samways here setting up the chance for Paul Stewart, whose shot was deflected against the post. Coventry grateful to escape there, but they almost won it themselves even later. David Speedy beating Bobby Mims to the punch, but ultimately neither side was able to find a way through.
Charlton had gone 8 league games without a win, but a promising start against 4th place Southampton. Robert Lee after 25 minutes. Southampton obviously found time over the festive period to rehearse their set pieces. Matthew Le Tissier curving the equaliser beyond Bob Boulder on the half hour. 2 minutes later, a variation on the theme. Russell Osman this time blasting Southampton into a 2-1 lead. Their football in free play is similarly confident. Rod Wallace racing between Joe McLaughlin and Colin Pates. 3 Southampton goals in 7 minutes, and Charlton in chaos again. Rodney Wallace also responsible for Southampton's 4th 19 minutes from time. Le Tissier and Wallace developing a splendid understanding. Southampton very exciting to watch. Charlton, great relegation-esque apologists in the past, but their plight perilous now. They did contribute the game's final goal. Steve McKenzie's shot worthy of better circumstances. 4-2 to Southampton. The Saints march on. At the Den, Paul Goddard's first appearance in Millwall blue after his £800,000 move from the team he faced this afternoon, Derby County. Millwall did the double over Derby last season, but they fell behind after 22 minutes. Nick Pickering, a scorer against Coventry on Saturday, on the mark again here. Millwall have now won only 1 of their last 14 league games, but they did manage an equaliser 8 minutes after half-time, not from Goddard, but left-back Ian Dawes showed the strikers the way. Millwall 1, Derby County 1.
Fewer than 35,000 fans at Old Trafford, as much a comment on the quality of the recent football as the rain-sodden conditions. Andy Sinton was denied by Jim Leighton in the first half, but the game's best opportunity came 3 minutes from the end for United. Mike Phelan setting up Mark Robbins, who couldn't keep the shot down. 8 games without a win now for the under-pressure Alex Ferguson.
Norwich City haven't had much holiday cheer, a third 1-0 defeat in a row, this even more galling at home and in injury time. Wimbledon's captain Keith Curle with a buccaneering burst, and Terry Gibson so tidy in front of goal. Wimbledon doing rather better away from Plough Lane these days. Norman Whiteside back for Everton after a 9-match absence with a goal after 97 seconds against Luton. And Graham Sharp's scoring touch also returned. Alec Chamberlain, a former Everton reserve goalkeeper, pushing the ball out, retrieved by Mike Newell. A smile from Sharp at last, only his second goal of the season. Luton lifted in the second half by Kevin Ratcliffe's foul on Ian Dowie. But Danny Wilson's penalty didn't deprive Everton, winners by 2-1.
Well, I'm afraid we're unable to bring you the action from Hillsborough, where a noon kick-off for Ron Atkinson's side caught out our cameraman. A shame, because it was an eventful match. David Hurst gave Wednesday the lead in the first half, then had to go in goal in the second after the home goalkeeper Kevin Pressman was carried off with a knee injury. Hurst performed well, he kept a clean sheet, and Nigel Pearson added a second goal for Wednesday near the end. It all added up to Howard Kendall's first defeat as City manager. Final score: Sheffield Wednesday 2, Manchester City 0.
Checked his man beautifully. Rush waiting in the middle. That's the goal for Liverpool. Ian Rush, the scorer. A fantastic breakaway goal by Liverpool. Burrows. Warwickson. Beaten by Barnes. Finds Beardsley. There could be problems here for Forest. Barnes again. Crossed in again towards Rush. A brilliant goal. Hanson's header. In goes Hodge. Jensen flicking it back for Parker. There's Crosby on this flank again. Twisting there towards Hodge, who's in there. And it's in there! Stevie Hodge for Nottingham Forest. Hodge. Has made the difference, Hodge, in this second half. Jensen backing away. He's given a penalty. Jensen brought down there, and referee Al Butch had no hesitation running to the spot. Now Clough from the penalty spot with an opportunity of making it 2-2. Clough against Grobbelaar. It's 2-2.
Right out. Letitia in field this time. Oh, well, it's handball. Well, that was impish, mischievous, looking for something magnificent, really, and it very nearly came off. And it's Osman. Oh, yes, it worked. Absolutely perfectly. Newell. That's a good turn. It needs a good cross now. And it was the goal scorer, Osman, who half cleared. McDonald. Sharp and Newell repositioning. This is Sheedy! Well, Kevin Sheedy scored spectacularly on this ground in a 1-1 draw last season, and but for Tim Flowers, he would have repeated the feat. Sheedy's corner. And off the line. And they'll always be dangerous at set plays as long as Kevin Sheedy is in the side, and Martin Keown came in well to make contact there, and Dodd was doing his job by the post. And it's Keown again, and it's rounded off at the back post by Norman Whiteside. Sheedy. And again. Makes that sort of pass look effortless. It isn't so. Sharp, great knockdown, and Whiteside again! And that's an absolute beauty! A scorer in the last minute of the first half, and now in the first minute of the second half. Kevin Moore coming in, and Osman behind him, but Whiteside was there. Letitia delivers again. Oh, it's Osman! He's got another one! Two-two! Here's Wallace, getting back to dispossess Sheedy. Cockerell's gone to the right. Everton were looking for an offside that they didn't need in the end. McCall picked off again by Case. Wallace, he might settle it here, and Southall says no. It was Osman who headed down, and Kevin Moore, it's off the line. An incredible goal line clearance by Snowden. I don't know how he managed to move so quickly. Case. Oh, that was weighted wonderfully to Letitia. Two to the right for Southampton. Horn goes to the left. It's a useful run. It opened up half a gap for Letitia, but he couldn't get through it. And who blocks it? McCall. And it's back with Letitia again. Oh, and Southall, is it must go in? No! With right out, inches from the line, the ball there as well. It came off Keown, it would have been an own goal. Right out wanted to play his own touch and could only turn it onto the post.
John Barnes' 100th league goal, like so many of the previous 99, a classic. 4 days earlier, Liverpool had knocked 8 past Swansea, but the fluency is subject to a lot of comings and goings at the moment. Luton's new manager, Jim Ryan, had promised to attack at Anfield, and they did just that. Kingsley Black's trusty left, hammering home after 71 minutes. Luton actually had the temerity to go in front. Black in Barnes territory, crossing for debutant Kurt Nogan to slant the ball tantalisingly past Grobbelaar. That was 73 minutes. But for Barnes, they might have won it. But for Barnes is a sizable chapter in the story of Liverpool's season so far. Nichols' header for a point.
Aston Villa's impressive record now, 12 wins in 15 games. Charlton, their latest victims. Villa grateful, not for the first time this season, for defender Derek Mountfield's capacity for conjuring up a goal at set pieces. Graham Taylor described the pitch as a pudding. We did what we had to do, said the Aston Villa manager. Their victory was ensured when Tony Daly's cross shot was deflected into his own net by Charlton's Joe McLaughlin. Villa's confidence sky high.
Wimbledon pretty dismal at home, Arsenal pretty dismal away. It was pretty dismal all round. That was the incident that led to Nigel Winterburn being stretchered off. The injury, thankfully, not as bad as they feared at first. Eric Young clearly played the ball, the unavoidable follow-through, catching Winterburn. No fracture. The game had kicked off late, so it was dead on 5 o'clock when Wimbledon scored. Mickey Bennett with a debut goal following his £250,000 move from Charlton. With Steve Bruce already off the pitch, the first victim of the new hardline approach by referees, Mark Wright outjumped Gary Pallister to put Derby 1-up. Whether or not Pallister felt responsible, I don't know. But Britain's costliest player atoned quickly into the second half, outmanoeuvring the Wright-inspired Derby defence, the meanest in the First Division. 5 goals in 10 games, 4 points out of the last 27 available. United are in trouble, denied any solace at all by Nick Pickering's winner. Shortly after that, Wright was sent off, but it was too late for United to exploit Derby's loss.
Nottingham Forest too strong for Millwall at the City Ground. Millwall contributing to their own downfall. Steve Wood letting the ball run under his foot. Nigel Clough's punishment of the error was swift and decisive. Forest a goal up after 24 minutes. Their second goal was inspired by and scored by Brian Laws. The right back exchanging passes with Steve Hodge and then lifting his shot over Millwall's reserve goalkeeper Keith Brannigan. 2-0 on the hour. Millwall would have struggled to recover from that. What made sure of their defeat, though, one of the talking points from the weekend. Steve Hodge off on a run and delivering a cross which deceived Brannigan. The ball hits the post and the linesman adjudged that the whole of it had crossed the line. Brannigan was convinced it hadn't, and was Stuart Pearce in an offside position in there as well. Certainly a controversial goal to the credit of Millwall manager John Docherty. His players accepted without protest a decision they believed to be unjust. Millwall could glean some satisfaction from Teddy Sheringham's return after a 9-match absence through injury. Sheringham scored to make it 3-1, and Millwall will need him in their fight to stay in the First Division.
The last time Manchester City went away from home in the First Division, it was at White Hart Lane, virtually 4 years ago to the day. David Howells, a scorer in the cup last week, avoiding Andy Dibble's overambitious attempt to punch clear. City didn't get that elusive away victory, but it might not be too far off under Howard Kendall. They're becoming difficult to beat. Colin Hendry's 80th minute goal salvaging a point, his second of the week as well.
The most direct goal of the day surely came at Highfield Road. Steve Ogrizovic with a mighty clearance for Coventry, bypassing the entire Crystal Palace defence. David Speedy chased it enthusiastically with 6 minutes left. Coventry short of goals, but they've now completed the double over Palace. Both wins by 1-0.
Norwich are rapidly losing their reputation as the division's canniest away side. Mind you, there's not much you can do about that sort of thing. Mark Falco with a real beauty. Norwich hit back in the second half, and until very late on it looked as though Dale Gordon's poaching might get them a point. But some slack defending, a momentary lapse of concentration, whatever, the sort of thing that causes managers to have sleepless nights. Colin Clark on as a sub, charging through, shrugging off a bone shaker of a collision with Gunn to give Rangers the points. 1 defeat now in 9 games under Don Howe.
Free kick to Chelsea. Graham Roberts with most to say for himself in the Chelsea side, masterminding the whole thing, and now taking this free kick, looking towards Kerry Dixon. Dixon getting the header in, and Lee is in there. So big David Lee gives Chelsea the lead. Nielsen, Worthington, still they keep this pressure on Chelsea. This time it's Carr on the far side. The cross is not a particularly good one, and Nielsen gets it away. His clearance wasn't very good either. It's Carr with a chance to improve on it. Oh my goodness, a terrific shot. Now did Besson get a touch on that one? It was a fantastic shot by Franz Carr. It's gone for the corner. So Besson must have flung himself to get that touch. Just a fingertip, as you can see, and then off the post. Sheridan. Atkinson. Even when Atkinson comes deep, Johnson faithfully follows him. Oh, but there's some space now for Hurst. Another good save. Hurst again. And it's just gone wide. How close can you get?
Dave Besson got a touch on that one as well. Fantastic double save from Besson.
Kevin Wilson. Roberts. Wilson. Played in again. Madden first to show there for Sheffield Wednesday. Big Carlton Palmer. Once of West Bromwich Albion. And this time Carr's got away. The flag had stayed down. The cross came in. Atkinson almost on the end of it. Some great defending by Roberts. Roberts really showing all his experience there. It was a lovely cross in by Franz Carr. And as Atkinson went for it, and it's in there! Atkinson. And Wednesday a level. Atkinson again. Atkinson's in behind him, a fine save. First, has it charged down. Besson's great work continuing. Shedliffe. First after this one, he might shake the wall off first. That was another glorious opportunity after he'd done such a lot of hard and good work. And it really hasn't been his day.
Swindon's internal problems were soon forgotten as they led 2-0 at half-time. Alan McLaughlin here delightfully scoring the first on 33 minutes. That was the first goal that Southampton had conceded in the competition this season. Soon it was two. Glenn Cockerell's mistake, letting in Steve White. But Southampton these days are a team of quality and character. Barry Horn leading their fight back with a venomous shot that even the excellent Fraser Digby couldn't keep out. Southampton in full flow now. It wasn't, though, until 5 minutes from time that Swindon finally cracked again. Alan Shearer's cross, steered in by Paul Ryder. 2-2, and now into extra time. Almost immediately, Southampton were ahead for the first time. Matthew Letitia, currently in splendid form, curling in their third goal for his 14th strike of the season. And to complete Southampton's recovery, described by Swindon manager Ozzy Ardiles as the best display he's seen from any side this season, Rodney Wallace guided in his 16th goal of the campaign to make it 4-2. Southampton through to the last 8 and now at home to Oldham.
Coventry's harrying and chasing has been exemplary, and Speedy leads the chase out. Free kick against Bennett for that. And off the touchline and into the ground goes David Speedy. And there really is no need for this. Speedy and Bennett involved. Bennett came across to the Scottish international, captured him, and Speedy almost became a spectator. And referee Allison will have very strong words with the Sunderland captain about this. And we can have a closer look. It's almost a ringside seat here. The tussle initially wasn't too bad, but then that's what that followed that wasn't necessary. And he's pulling David Speedy to him too, so they're both being cautioned for their parts in that rather unsavoury incident. And they won't let it rest. And in fact, it's a red card, and Gary Bennett and David Speedy are off. Bennett walks to loud booing here at Roker Park. Speedy says, "What was my part in all that?" So Regis tries to persuade him to go. that it was a red card that was warranted here, so we must look at it again, and that's why Speedy was sent off. He went in on Bennett's knee. It's been causing me enough problems already. Bennett grabbed him by the throat. Speedy ended in the crowd, and now they both end in the dressing room. Both sides down to 10 men.
A volatile affair too at Upton Park. The tone set by George Parris's assault on Steve Cross inside 5 minutes. A highly competitive cup tie. It was West Ham who scored first.
Brady sets it up for Julian Dix.
Terrific effort! Oh, what a goal by the skipper! Julian Dix. Then with just over half an hour to go and with West Ham still leading, a dreadful two-footed tackle from Martin Allen on Mark Patterson. Tempers threatened to boil over just as they had at Upton Park in an earlier round against Wimbledon. Referee Vic Callow issued Allen the red card. A tense situation not helped either by a clumsy tackle soon after from Derby's Mel Sage. With West Ham supporters bellowing for him to be sent off too, referee Callow decided that his offence was not so serious. But with West Ham reduced to 10 men, Derby eventually took full advantage.
Oh, that's a bad mistake, and suddenly Saunders is in the clear and must equalise. Yes! And what a tragedy for Tony Gale.
West Ham and Derby then to meet again, and so will Nottingham Forest and Tottenham after another tie of fierce commitment.
Laws. Tottenham trying to hold a line on the edge of the area. They've got to retreat now. Orlickson. Oh, and Torstvett's lost it, and Crosby must score and does. A goalkeeping catastrophe for Eric Torstvedt. Ruled out by Parker. Played off by Crosby, who goes for the return from Clough. Havertz had to come across, but Forest now getting players up in support. Jemson let it run, Parker's in for a goal. Nottingham Forest have swept forward again. Lineker should reach this, does, scores. 2-1, Tottenham are back in it. Sedgley. Sheffield hasn't cleared it very far. Allen. Thomas. Desperate moments these for Nottingham Forest. Oh! And a cracking goal from Sedgley. Samways, good running here from the back by Sedgley. Lineker coming in now. Oh, fantastic football with no reward. It was a brilliant run to meet the ball, delivered perfectly by Sedgley. And the inside of the post, along the line, and out. No wonder he looks skywards. Bold is there again. Smith coming from deep. Bold glances it on, and that's Adams! Oh, the captain! Arsenal, to their delight, have finally forced a way through in the North London derby. So the force of numbers at the corner kick, but what a difficult shot it was to take from Adams, and how superbly he managed to manufacture a drive that sped in off the post. It bounced high, he kept the ball down, in it went. 1-0 Arsenal. Well, Lineker has fastened on to Mabbutt's throw. Dixon hoping to get a goal kick out of it, and Lineker was convinced that it should have been a corner. In fact, the ball has stayed in play, and Arsenal have got an extra man here. Oh, and Thomas might still get the ball. He looks to chip Torstvedt, and very nearly did. It was a perfect response by Thomas, because he'd lost a lot of the momentum in his running, because John Polston just got a piece of the ball there. But Thomas then improvised. Torsfeld had started to come out. Torsfeld used his full height to keep it out.
Arsenal won the championship on the strength of their away form last season. It's become Liverpool's forte this time, their 7th win on location. Now remember the old adage, Liverpool don't lose when Rush scores. Rush's 11th goal in as many games, Liverpool undefeated during that spell. And remember the last time these two met, Liverpool scored 9. They settled for 2 at the Palace. It started with Grobbelaar and finished with Beardsley. Nigel Martyn might have prevented it. Whether Palace could have prevented their 3rd straight defeat if he had is another matter entirely.
Aston Villa 2nd, Southampton 4th, on paper a match to savour. It certainly turned out that way. Tony Daly direct and dangerous for Villa, his shot finding a route past Tim Flowers. But Southampton are made of stern stuff these days, and 9 minutes after half-time they drew level. Rodney Wallace clipping the ball for Glenn Cockerell to score. Ian Ormondroyd orchestrated the decisive goal 11 minutes from time. Kevin Gage scoring for Villa, a 10th consecutive home win.
Chelsea have rather lost their way of late and were grateful to a Charlton side who gave Kevin Wilson not 1, not 2, but 3 chances to open the scoring on the 3rd minute. Bobby Campbell's side, who were top in November, have won just 1 in 9 since, not helped by a defence that currently looks liable to cave in at any moment. Dave Besant saved them a point with a man-of-the-match display at Hillsborough last weekend, but not this time. The goalkeeper embarrassed by Paul Williams' shot. At least I'm assuming it was a shot. But Charlton, having drawn level, then succumbed to another Chelsea corner. Bob Boulder all over the place, Wilson once again in the right place. The replay shows there was no foul on the Charlton goalkeeper, he just lost his footing. Wilson's 11th league goal of the season, taking him level with Terry Dixon at the top of the Chelsea scoring chart. Only temporarily though, with the match dying on its feet in the second half, Dixon took matters into his own hands. A positive run finished with a perfect chip 5 minutes from the end, well worth a second look. Once again, Charlton didn't put up an awful lot of resistance, but Dixon's quality brightened the mood of the Chelsea support in a crowd of fewer than 16,000, their lowest home league gate of the season.
Derby haven't beaten Forest for 10 years in the league. The writing on the wall after 16 minutes. Steve Hodge onto Gary Parker's beautifully weighted pass, and that was neatly done all round. A run on goal again for number 2. Nigel Jemson almost inviting Shilton to race off his line. His first in the league for Forest, 2 without reply at the baseball ground, 6 without defeat.
Howard Kendall's rekindling of the Manchester City spirit continued against Coventry. City haven't conceded a goal at Main Road under the new regime, and 7 minutes from the end, David White forced in the winner.
Wimbledon have yet to concede a league goal home or away in 1990, although Millwall had their chances to end that run. The best 2 fell to Teddy Sheringham, who on recent form might have been expected to take them. Sheringham had returned from a 7-week injury absence with 3 goals in 2 games, including 2 in the FA Cup last Monday, but where Manchester City were ruthlessly dispatched, the Dons were allowed off the hook. Millwall remain in the bottom 3.
These two meet in the Cup next week. First blood to Everton and the first of 2 fine goals by Kevin Sheedy. Nevin to Snowden, to the best left foot in the business. Everton appear to be having another revival with all their recent goals coming from midfield. McCall's cross, partial clearance, should be no problem as it falls for Sheedy's right foot. Now there's a thing for Ron Atkinson to contemplate over the next 7 days.
Luton's first home match under the management of Jimmy Ryan, and following their fine draw at Liverpool last week, a promising start against Queen's Park Rangers as early as the 5th minute, despite David Seaman's rescue attempts. Rangers' confusion punished by David Priest. It was an untidy goal, and so was the Rangers' equaliser. Mark Falco taking full advantage as the ball bounced back to him off the unfortunate John Dreyer. 1-1 after 31 minutes. Two minutes into the second half, Kurt Nogan, on his home debut, was brought down by Danny Maddox. Luton looking for their first win in 11 league games, but Danny Wilson failed with the penalty and it finished 1-1.
Delightful ball, Bowen. Rosario on the far side. Plenty up and in there. Oh, a terrific goal! It came off the post, no. Thought that looked as certain to be in there from Rosario. He volleyed it with such power against the post. And somehow it came right across the face of the goal and behind. And United breathe again. Back to Steve Bruce. Hooking it away, Bruce looking to get there before Fleck, and he'll have to really open up. Robert Fleck! Oh, the crossbar! Oh, that's twice Norwich have hit the woodwork. Butterworth to Rosario. And now Crook. Fleck to Rosario. Fleck again, might try something from long range. Nope. Oh, can try it from short range. Robert Fleck. Norwich ahead. Good combination. Townsend's lovely little touch. Fleck's finished just inside the post, and Norwich in the lead.
Well, you can't say they didn't deserve it. Brilliant 1-2. Great finish by Robert Fleck. And I think justice has been done. We can't argue with that.
Townsend, Linnigan, Butterworth, Rosario, Fleck, all in the box. Townsend, here's Crook. Long-range shot. Oh! It's going to be another one! Fleck! The mistake there by Jim Leighton. And Robert Fleck took it gratefully. Leighton's mistake.
Great shot by Ian Crook here. Great shot. And Jim just can't hold it. Giving up a bit, hasn't he?
And Fleck made sure. There's Fleck's shot from the other angle. I think Jimmy, he didn't really know whether he was going to hold it or tip it.
I don't think he was sure. It was a good shot from Ian Crook because it came out of the blue.
And there's a man who's got the pressures building up to an almost intolerable level now. A decent man and a good manager too, but just having a bad run at the moment, Alex Ferguson. Gimme Case. That's a good ball by Case. Suddenly Southampton are moving again. And it's in there! Letitia has done it! Deflected along the way. Barlow now for Oldham. Up goes Ritchie. This is Henry. Getting the cross back in. Ritchie! It's in there! And Oldham have equalised. This could be a chance. Horn has gone down, and the penalty is given. A penalty for Southampton. The task is Letizier's. Is he equal to it? He scored for Southampton. And they are back in the lead. Roger Milford looking hard at his watch. Comes through to Milligan. Holden. Ritchie! They've done it! It's 2-2 with the last seconds of the game.
What a start! It was Chettle who saw the pass from Naeem coming. Clough leading the breakout for Forest. This time it is a genuine counter-attack as opposed to just an attack. Crosby, and it's brought the equaliser from Hodge. And Forest certainly deserve it. Sedgley takes it. Stewart. Danger not over yet for Forest. Howells. Hodge can clear and bends the pass superbly for Crosby. Oh, and there's a man over here. It's Jepson, found by Parker. Sedgley trying to hold him up. Jepson trying to get past him. He's done that. Oh, my word! Terrific goal. And Nottingham Forest have done it again. They have broken the length of the pitch. And Tottenham will have talked about how you can get caught out by them. And still they haven't been able to stop it. But Jepson was a jewel here. He slipped Sedgley and then hammered it into the roof of the net. Handball by Clough. It would be a good time for Paul Walsh to regain his goal-scoring touch. He might do it here! Oh, he has! What an arrival! Only his second goal of the season. Mistake by Polston. Oh, and Hodge has collected it! My word, you have to hand it to Nottingham Forest. What resilience. After almost 16 months of injury, Stuart Robson's reappearance emphasised West Ham's difficulties at Derby. A goalless draw for West Ham, though, who came this close to victory.
Kevin Keane. And a long ball for Kelly to chase. And the goalkeeper's done well, but back to Keane, and the linesman is flagging. The goal will not stand. It was not offside at that stage, and certainly the linesman didn't flag at that stage. The ball cleared by the goalkeeper. Now, as he hits it, Kelly surely had come back into an onside position with Mark right behind him, but wait, the goalkeeper was not the second player, so offside was right.
Steve Livingston was the star of Coventry's show. Livingston left unmarked to collect his first senior goal after 14 minutes. His second was only 5 minutes away, set up for him by Cyril Regis. Sunderland contributed to their own downfall when Gary Owers was sent off on the stroke of half-time after an off-the-ball clash with David Speedy. A legacy from the Speedy Gary Bennett red cards a week earlier at Roker Park. Referee John Martin sealing the fate of Owers. Livingstone found the going even easier against 10 men. A hat-trick completed 5 minutes after half-time. Steve Livingston comes from Middlesbrough. He grew up with Sunderland as a natural footballing enemy, so his success tasted even sweeter. He took his and Coventry's tally to 4, surging through a demoralised defence. A fifth goal, no surprise, and it came from Mickey Ginn. Coventry into the semi-finals for only the second time.
Break is on now for Barlow. Rich is in there. And Richie has done it again! Barlow. Nice little touch there by Milligan for Richie. McGarvey in there as well. Oh, and a lovely goal there by Mike Milligan for
free kick floated in dangerously. And Keane almost missed it. Slater didn't. And Slater has scored. Stuart Slater. Slater's header. Kelly is underneath it. The goalkeeper missed it. Keane runs it into the net. And that could be the goal that sees West Ham through to the semi-final. This is Briscoe for Derby. What a good cross that was. Hartford takes it down. Saunders! Good goal.
Barnes. Burrows. A line of Liverpool players on the edge of the area. McMahon. Venison. Returned to him well by Nicol. Oh, Watson can't get there. Barnes does. Liverpool have scored. And Liverpool show that no matter how many defenders you set out to try and stop them, they can find a route through. And after the build-up on the right with Nicol and Venison, Barnes reached a ball played behind the defenders. And although Everton hoped for an offside flag, it wasn't forthcoming because Barnes had timed that run brilliantly. Barnes shown the inside route by Snowden. Beardsley, and ball, is that by Watson? Well, certainly the ball came up and hit his hand, and the penalty is given. Everton are a little annoyed because the referee didn't give it straight away, but there was very little doubt about it. There, handball by Dave Watson. And look, the referee said play on first of all, but the linesman had other ideas. And Liverpool here can tighten their grip. Now, Beardsley scored a penalty against Norwich by blasting the ball to the goalkeeper's left. Oh, it goes straight down the middle as Southall went out of the way. 2-0. Sheedy's corner. Oh, free header for Watson. Oh, Nevins hit the bar, and Graham Sharp has headed it in, and Everton are back in it. Oh, and Liverpool will be furious with themselves because they let Watson have an unmarked header. Nevin should have scored, but Sharp did. And this coming right on half-time.
Martin, good football, completely fooled Ward and finds Hughes, and another good ball to McLeod. Wallace in space, a lot of players forward here, Manchester United. Blackmore, a lovely goal, and the man who scored the FA Cup winner at Hereford a week ago has given United the lead. Wallace playing the ball into the danger area, and Blackmore reacted quicker than anyone. Anderson, Ward is there again. The ball laid back for Brightwell to hit it. Oh, what a great goal by Brightwell! A tremendous goal from the youngster, who's only playing because Peter Reid is suspended. And now the City fans can celebrate. An absolute belter. Laid back to him, left foot all the way, like an arrow into the top corner. A beauty. 1-1.
A familiar scenario at Forest, Littlewood's cup holders, one step from Wembley and moving menacingly towards the top of the table. Clough with that trusty side foot putting them ahead inevitably. Despite investing 1.6 million on Martin in goal and Thorne at centre-back, Palace have still let in 49 goals in 24 games. Here's the 48th. Hodge not firing on all cylinders, but firing well enough. It wasn't to be a repeat of the 5-0 Littlewood show, but Nigel Jensen, the new striker who's been galvanised since Chapman went north, made it 3 with his 3rd in recent games. Laws and Clough scheming things, the quality of the goal making up for the quality of the picture. And just enough time for a Palace sweetener. Thomas, the captain, collecting the interception and feeding Salico, who denied Clough seeing his beloved clean sheet. 3-1.
On parade at Highfield Road, Coventry's new £900,000 signing from Dundee United, Kevin Gallagher, eligible for next week's Littlewood's Cup semi-final against the rampant Forest. It was a remarkable start. Goalkeeper Steve Ogrizovic turning goalmaker again. One of our most constructive players. That's one of John Sillett's current gags. David Smith looked to be in an offside position, but the goal stood. Steve Livingston after 27 seconds. Last time out, he got 4 against Sunderland. A minute and a half later, Chelsea on the retreat again. This is Burrows playing it in for Regis. The save from Besant. It eventually comes off McAllister, and Coventry just couldn't believe it. Only their 20th in the league all season. Now, Chelsea had only won 1 of their previous 9, but they're made of sterner stuff than that suggests. Watch out for Tony Dorigo coming through onto Dixon's flick. Pick that one out. Into the second half of a game described by Sillett as great for supporters, but not managers. Chelsea linking up cleverly to work the necessary time and space for Dixon to do what comes naturally. A classic Chelsea manoeuvre, precisely finished off by Dixon. 2-2. Now, to win it, Coventry came up with their 8th goal in 2 games. Quite a transformation. The timing impeccable with Wembley beckoning. Just a hint of offside, but Cyril Regis with some nifty footwork and a rare goal for him these days. 4, in fact, all season, and all of them match winners. Chelsea might still have salvaged a point. Clive Wilson smacking the bar following a beautifully timed run. But the luck is with Coventry as well at the moment. Cloughie, watch out.
Decidedly not one for the showcase at Hillsborough. A quarter of an hour of controlled aggression from Wednesday at either end of the match, punctuated by an hour of tedium. Hurst's goal on 6 minutes, engineered by Sheridan, was surprisingly the only debit in Millwall's account. Hobnobbing with the elite last season, scratching about with the commoners now, and grateful for a crumb when Wednesday dozed off, but Sheringham didn't. Sheffield Wednesday 1, Millwall 1.
Terry Venables obviously anxious about Tottenham's recent form, having gone out of both the cup competitions in a short space of time. Gascoigne flicked it on, and on again by Howells. Lineker chasing here. Lineker's round the goalkeeper, and Lineker has scored! Gary Lineker gets his 16th goal of the season against the team that enabled him to open his account as a Spurs player. And that was vintage Lineker, moving in ahead of the defender and the goalkeeper, and the finishing immaculate. Gary Lineker's 16th goal of the season just continues his remarkable scoring record. One of the best in the game, as Fleck turns it on to Gordon at the other end. Gordon must equalise, surely! What a great save by Torsver. That looked a goal all the way.
Yes, as you say, a great run from the middle of the field from Dale Gordon there. Like yourself, I would have fancied him to have scored there, but full marks to the keeper.
Now Gascoigne wants to do it all. Gaza. What a character. What an entertainer. And the fans love him. He might drive his manager mad occasionally, but there's nobody who pays their money to come and watch him who are disappointed. Naeem with the corner. Oh, it's gone in! Howell's climbed at the near post, and the flick was enough to give Spurs a second. Naeem with a well-practiced corner. Howell's climbed between Gordon and Linnigan, and the header deceived Gunn on the stroke of half-time. Howells has made it 2-0. But I think there's a feeling around Right Hart Lane that Norwich were very unlucky to go in 2 goals adrift at half-time. They've lost 5 of their last 6 away games. They haven't won away since they won at Nottingham Forest back on December the 9th. If they get an early goal in this second half, they're right back in this game. And here's Fleck to Gordon for Van den Hau's interception. And the ball nicked off the toes of Bowen by Naeem. He was a bit lucky then, Naeem. I'm sure he didn't intend that. Walsh for Spurs. Good ball for Lineker. It's got to be 3. Gary Lineker kills Norwich off, surely, in the 2nd minute of the second half. What a through ball run by Paul Walsh.
Alan, basically a carbon copy of the first goal. And I would ask, and I'm sure Dave String will ask, where was Andy Linnigan? He's got the spare role at the back. The other 2 boys, Butterworth and Sherwood, are doing the marking job. And he is actually trying to step up on Lineker.
And I think the Football League needs a successful Tottenham. Howells with the through ball. Lineker on the end of it. Who else? That could be a penalty. That is a penalty. And I think Lineker will take it.
Once again, perfect positioning from Lineker. He's picked his run, he's timed his run. But I mean, really, he's going well wide of the goal, and I can't understand why goalkeepers do that.
3 for Lineker, 4 for Spurs. And Gunn was deceived to the extent that he went the wrong way.
Coney makes the first run. Linnigan's in behind him. Grobbelaar's in difficulties. Oh, and it was Townsend's shot that seemed destined to find the corner but didn't. It was Gordon's corner, and it had too much pace on it for Grobbelaar. Ronnie Whelan blocked it. Oh, and Crook miscalculated. Whelan. McMahon. He's had to hold in the centre of midfield a little more than he would like. He's setting off now to the right of Barnes. Beardsley against Culverhouse. He's past him. But the flag is up. Rush tucked the chance away, but the ball had gone over the line from Beardsley. Oh, I say, well, we have the benefit of another look. Kenny Dalglish might feel that his team should have been in front here. Hansen. McMahon. Liverpool tried to start again, oh they did. Hansen dispossessed by Fleck. And now Hussein. Now Glenn Hussein has been booked. And Robert Fleck doesn't want to see the Swedish defender sent off. And he's almost beseeching Leicester Shapter, but he is off. 2 bookable offences. And the referee really left with little alternative, despite the protestations by Norwich players as well as Hussein's Liverpool teammates. Townsend. That's an excellent switch at the point of attack. Crook. Blocked by McMahon, volleyed by Townsend. Oh, magnificent! Both the shot and the save. Townsend left frustrated. The volley seemed perfect. Not an easy ball to strike, but Townsend must have thought it was going in. But look at Grobbelaar. Bowen. Culverhouse coming from deep. This is Townsend. Allen's up. Round the back is Phillips. Allen! No goal. Astonishing. Allen jumped. It was retrieved here by Phillips very well indeed. Pushed out for Allen coming in. And it seemed an open goal, and Grobbelaar diving back certainly didn't carry it over the line. And look how well the referee was placed.
Villa's breath is getting ever warmer on Liverpool's necks in the race for the title. It was a race for the ball here for Tony Daly. He won it. He left Phil King for dead. Good refereeing, ignored a possible handball. And David Platt timed his run superbly, his 20th goal of the season. If Brian Robson misses the World Cup, who knows?
Chelsea a little anxious perhaps in these opening moments. Oh, Dorigo in trouble, there's evidence of that, and Walsh is waiting if Lineker can find him. He's been forced very wide. Chelsea in all sorts of trouble, and Besant eventually getting his hands back on that ball. Walsh, here's Lineker. Oh, he's turned his man this time. The danger's not over. Naeem Howells is at the far post, and that's 1-0. Bumstead leading the charge. Here's Nicholas. He's done well. Been out for some 3 months. Oh, Wilson's in here, and Bumstead has equalised. Naeem's corner, taken short. Here he is again. And Lineker! Given far too much room. Two minutes left, and Gary Lineker surely has won it for Tottenham. Naeem again doing the damage with the deep cross, and Lineker doesn't miss those. The keeper, Torsved, delighted.
Southampton had actually scored more league goals at Selhurst Park this year than Palace, courtesy of a rout against Charlton. Palace, though, proved to be a different proposition. John Salako's third successive scoring game, a more than capable deputy for Ian Wright. Right, the race is on here. Mark Bright and Andy Gray heading for home. In different circumstances, there could have been a steward's inquiry, but it's Gray by a short head. Palace up by 2. Now, once again, questions are being raised about Southampton's ability to stay the course. Their Littlewoods Cup defeat by Oldham signalled a change in the going from good to heavy, with Beaches to come next week in the shape of a cup trip to Anfield. Liverpool will be encouraged by Saints' inability to defend against the Palace passing game. Phil Barber, 3-0. Now, having lost their previous 4, Palace proved a point as well as securing 3. A late goal for Southampton by Russell Osman was in no way a consolation for them.
Norman Whiteside to the fore at Goodison Park, caught in possession there by Robert Lee, and Everton exposed by Lee's acceleration. Paul Williams perfectly placed for his 11th goal of the season. 1-0 to Charlton after 43 minutes. But typical of their season, the advantage immediately discarded. Whiteside's cross. Everton wanted to credit this goal to Tony Cottee, who was recalled after 8 games out of favour. The closer inspection reveals the last touch of Charlton's John Humphrey. 1-1 until 17 minutes from time, when Charlton couldn't comprehensively clear a Kevin Sheedy corner. Sheedy with a second chance for the cross. Whiteside at the far post for the winner. 3 points for Everton, more gloom for Charlton.
The sort of match that keeps the pools companies in business, despite the occasional £1 million payout. Looked odds on a draw. Derby having won 1 in 8, Rangers 9 without defeat. Phil G celebrated his first senior caller for the season with a nicely taken header. Peter Shilton was back after injury for Derby. He didn't even have a shot to save. Minutes to go, QPR looking for their 7th away draw of the season, caught on the break. An electrifying burst from Dean Saunders, Paul Parker in hot pursuit, Saunders keeping his cool. That was brilliant.
Wimbledon were considerably weakened in the first half at Main Road. Terry Phelan taking an early exit on his return to his hometown. Manchester City had to wait until 16 minutes from time to make use of their advantage. Andy Hinchcliffe's free kick troubling Hans Sagers. Defender Colin Hendry playing the role of striker. 4 minutes later, though, Hendry neglected his duties at the back. And Alan Cork away to add another goal to his vast collection for Wimbledon down the years. Manchester City 1, Wimbledon 1.
Anything but maximum points would create a United post-war record of 12 league games without a win. In the press box, they were writing the appropriate introductions after 28 minutes when Darren Morgan put Millwall in front, his first outing of the season. Rewrites not necessarily required with just over an hour gone. Mark Hughes playing with a head wound in the second half, nodding against a post. Danny Wallace released from flank duty for the afternoon, followed up to score his first league goal for the club, his second of the season. Hughes got a hat-trick when the teams met at Old Trafford. His winning strike at the Den, after more good work here from Wallace, far more valuable in the context of United's season. For Alex Ferguson and the press, it could be a different story from now on.
Forest corner. Short to Hodge. Back again to Crosby. Now for Pearce. A little flick in by him. Oh, was that handball? Yes, it was a handball by Regis. That may have been the wind took the ball and wrong-footed Cyril Regis. Regis claims it came off his thigh. The linesman, who was in a good position to see. Well, Saint.
Well, it looks very dicey from this angle, certainly. It looks as if Cyril had his arm out and tried to get it away, and it may have hit his thigh as well.
Well, Nigel Clough, who scored a penalty in the final last year against Luton, now has the perfect possibility to put Forest ahead in this semi-final against Coventry this season. Clough against Abrizovic. It's 1-0 Forest. Hit straight at the goalkeeper, who dived one way and into the net it went. Wasn't the best of penalties, actually. But it hits straight into that wall of red. Chipped in once more. Orlickson, poor header. Straight to Dobson! And Livingston! Oh, Coventry are level. The goal man at the moment, Steve Livingston. And after that poor header out by Orlickson, Dobson playing it in, and suddenly Livingston is there first before Sutton, and it's tied up at 1-1. Clough is striving now to make this home advantage play, having been pulled back to 1-1. Johnson trying to turn Kilcline, and Kilcline giving him a little shove in the back. And so there'll be a free kick now to Forest on the edge of the Coventry box. Well, it might be a Clough corner here, it might be a Pearce blast. Oh, a tremendous goal by the Forest captain, Stuart Pearce. A fantastic free kick goal with blistering power from Stuart Pearce. Wham! Against the crossbar, behind, nothing Abrizovic could do about it. Ian St John.
What a real stunner of a goal that was, Brian. That was a beauty.
He won't have many like that in his career. Certainly won't have many better.
And against his old club, Coventry City.
Holden really alive in these opening stages. The ball back to Barlow. Marshall. It's a good ball as well for Adams. Ritchie, he needed it back and he gets it back. Oh, what a magnificent goal! Neil Adams. "11 minutes gone, and Andy Ritchie, the goal scorer supreme throughout this competition, has turned into a goal provider. But that is taking a lot away from the man who hit the ball so beautifully. Watch for the number 7, Neil Adams, left-footed into the corner, a beauty. Keane and Slater on the edge of the penalty area. He finds Paris. Comes to Brady. Now to Robson. Brady again. Well, that was a bad mistake. And suddenly Oldham look as though they could profit from it. They've got 4 players forward here. Ritchie is leading the charge. He might have a go. He's done it again. Andy Ritchie with a superb solo goal has maintained his record. He scored in every tie, in every round. 18 minutes gone, and Andy Ritchie hits home his 23rd goal of the season. He had all the confidence of a man in hot form. It took a little deflection, but I don't frankly think it made much difference. And Oldham, in their first big semi-final for 77 years, have forged a 2-goal lead with 13 minutes still remaining in the first half. Marshall in there, so was Martin right behind him. Back out to Holden. Good ball in towards Palmer. Oh, it could be in, it is, it's a third! Barrett! And with 13 minutes to go to half-time, it proves to be very unlucky indeed for West Ham. Holden. He's whipped some dangerous balls in, and that was another. Martin met it. Milligan. Adams. Milligan pointed where he wanted it. Instead it goes on the overlap to Irwin, and a good-looking ball in. Ritchie nearly met it. It comes to Holden. It's another in the opening minute of the second half. And that could be the goal that takes Oldham to Wembley for the first time in their 95-year history. That surely has won not just the match, but the tie. Holden goes across to take it. The Oldham crowd, who haven't seen their team have a decent effort for a good 15 minutes or so, want to see another goal. Oh, it's difficult, and it is another goal. It's turned in by the record goal scorer, Roger Palmer, and it's 5 for Oldham. What a rout this is turning out to be. In the 25th minute of the second half, Oldham have made it 5. Irwin leads another Oldham attack and finds Ritchie. Good ball out for Holden. Lots of blue shirts in the middle if Holden can make the cross, and he usually does. And he has again, it's a good one, and it's gone, it's another goal! Amazing! Ritchie, goal number 6. Ritchie's second of the game, 24th of the season, and 10th now in the Little Woods Cup. Here goes Henry, and that's a lovely ball for Barlow. Ritchie's in the middle here. Could this be the hat-trick? Not this time. Henry, and the shot charged away by Gale. And there is the final whistle, and Oldham supporters on the terraces applaud, and thousands more flood onto the pitch to offer their congratulations. And surely the margin of 6 goals is too great for any team to get back.
It takes a special kind of devotion to spend your Valentine's night out in this kind of weather. Wimbledon against Luton was played out in a downpour in front of the lowest crowd in the post-war history of the First Division. Just 3,496 were there to see Danny Wilson cross for Kurt Nogan to head the visitors in front 7 minutes into the second half. Up to that point, Wimbledon's attacking play had been about as imaginative as the purchase of a bunch of flowers from a petrol station forecourt, but they responded well to going a goal down, Alan Cork, who'd earlier headed against a post, flicking on to set up Dennis Wise. The equaliser coming from Wimbledon's best player on the night. Luton's performances have picked up since Jim Ryan took over as manager last month, but with 2 minutes to go, he was still seeking his first victory. Then Wilson sent David Preece away down the left to cross, and Ian Dowie headed in at the far post. Luton's first away win in the league for 14 months.
Sheffield Wednesday starting their second year under Ron Atkinson and wondering when they're going to get some reward from their fluent football in recent matches. They've been good enough here to beat Liverpool and Aston Villa, and there's a promising start. Oh, it's an own goal by Bold. A sensational start. Steve Bold, rueful and regretting his first touch of the ball. Arsenal caught absolutely cold. Nigel Worthington headed it back, but it was Bowles' own goal and an emphatic one. Oh, and Davis taking a chance. Hurst, will he reach it before Lukic? He has done. Is it going to be a goal or is it going to be a foul? Well, judging by Sheffield Wednesday's reactions, they think the goal has been disallowed. But David Hurst's challenge, yes, the studs were showing. So it doesn't count. Davis got into trouble first of all, and then Adams scuffed the back pass. It was a lunge, really, that the referee, I think, was right to rule the goal out. Well, Steve Bold would love to put the record straight if the free kick comes his way. Oh, and it's against the post, brushed off Smith. The closest Arsenal have come. Alan Smith's header, and an excellent one too. The bounce off the post beat Bold following in.
When these two sides last met in September, Millwall's 4-1 victory saw them depose Coventry as First Division leaders. Just 2 league wins since then for the Londoners though, who are looking more like relegation probables with each passing week. But just as they did at the Den, they scored early. Paul Stevenson's cross got Steve Grizovic in a muddle, Tony Cascarino first to the loose ball, 5 minutes gone. Millwall scored first against Manchester United last time out too, but for the second Saturday running failed to convert an early lead into something more substantial. David Smith sent clear to equalise. Coventry have the Littlewoods Cup on their minds at present. They trail 2-1 with the home leg of their semi-final against Nottingham Forest to come next weekend. A month ago, their lack of goals would have been the obstacle to wiping out that deficit, but then along came Steve Livingston. A goal midway through the first half was followed by another early in the second. He's now scored 8 times in 4 matches. Millwall's defending was nothing special, but it's the confidence with which Livingston is taking his chances that ought to concern Brian Clough and his players. As for Forest, well, they're ticking along nicely enough, which is more than can be said for Chelsea at the moment. 9 minutes of the second half had been played when Nigel Jemson got clear down the left and crossed for Torvalda Orligsson, the Icelandic midfielder, to head his first goal in England. Out of the FA Cup after being embarrassed by 3rd Division Bristol City last month, Chelsea's hopes of a trophy rest with the Zenith Data Systems Cup. They visit Crystal Palace in the first leg of the Southern Final on Wednesday. When things aren't going your way, it's important to keep your head, keep your feet, and just plough on through. Graham Roberts, their inspirational captain, with an inspired equaliser 19 minutes from the end, put the brakes on the Chelsea slide.
It's around this time of the season that Charlton usually begin their fight to avoid relegation, and against Luton they were soon in front. Andy Jones on the end of that long clearance and heading past keeper Alec Chamberlain from 20 yards. Luton suffered another setback in the second half when Mick Kennedy was shown the red card for that challenge on Andy Peake. Kennedy had been booked earlier in the game and the referee had no option but to send him off. After that, Charlton took control of the game, and in the 77th minute, Robert Lee sets up Colin Walsh, and the midfield man chips a delightful ball over Chamberlain into the net. And that's how it finished, 2-0.
Two goals in 15 minutes put Villa top of the table for the first time in 9 years. Ormondroyd was first to find a way through, a searing right foot draw, a predominantly left-footed player, that perhaps was the cause of even greater satisfaction. Villa now had a lead to confirm that superiority. Platt with his 21st goal of the season from close range. Now the fans confidently expect their side to go 5 points clear at the top with victory over Wimbledon on Saturday. They were pleased, so was the manager.
Clive Wilson with an early ball, the sort that Dixon appreciates. Kevin Wilson is in close attendance. McAllister arriving on the scene as well. And although Leighton was somewhat committed, Lee Martin seemed to know exactly what he was doing. And well played by Manchester United. Martin again. Defence, they tried to turn into a swift counter-attack. The left-back is way out of position, of course. And it's Dixon through the centre for Chelsea! Can Anderson get it off the line? He can't. Gareth Hall may well have got the last touch. Dixon certainly to the fore, but Anderson was put in a desperate plight. It was Hall, Bumstead and then Dixon. It rolled towards the line. Whose goal is it? I think it's Hall's.
When life is practically perfect, the last thing you need is Wimbledon, and you can well do without squandering early opportunities to keep the momentum going. It should have been David Platt's 22nd of the season. Villa really began to pay the penalty with almost an hour gone. John Fashanu trundling through and upended by Mountfield and making no mistake from the 12-yard mark. It would be unjust to put this one down as a major shock, unjust to Wimbledon. They've only lost twice away from home all season. Fashanu again, 10 minutes later. Chelsea never fully recovered from Wimbledon's big win at Stamford Bridge. Villa, well, could go the same way. It'll be a real test of Graham Taylor's man management skills. To conclude, how about this from Paul Miller? The perennial party poopers in a party mood. No sign of Eric Torsved to intercept Mick Harford's raking pass to Dean Saunders, who rarely needs any sort of assistance to score in one-to-one situations, his 20th of the season. Derby going 2 up, Saunders free kick, Torsved, well, really teeing it up for Mick Harford to get off the mark of the baseball ground. Having won 2 in quick succession, Spurs have now lost 2 just as quickly, despite a very sharp header near the end from John Moncur, only the 22nd league goal conceded by Derby all season.
Southampton couldn't blame the artificial surface for this poor start at Luton. The ball in the air, steered in by the head of Ian Dowie. 3 minutes gone, memories of a 6-1 thrashing here last season. But Alan Shearer equalised the minute before half-time, just after Southampton's Jimmy Case had been sent off. Luton haven't won at home since early November. So much for the pitch.
QPR have been finding goals hard to come by. Millwall have been finding points to be even more elusive. Simon Barker putting Rangers in front, only their 6th in the league since Boxing Day. Nothing pretty about number 2, but Roy Wegerle will be well satisfied nonetheless, considering all those missed chances against Blackpool in the Cup. As I said, nothing spectacular. His first league goal for his new club. That put the game beyond Millwall. Only 1 win now in 20. Time is running out. Tony Cascarino in the right place. Millwall definitely in the wrong place.
Blustery winds in the South London area helped Sheffield Wednesday at Selhurst Park. Nigel Worthington, aided by the elements, left Crystal Palace's Nigel Martin covered in confusion. 1-0 to Wednesday, 18 minutes gone. The lost ground was regained on the hour with Mark Bright reacting instinctively to preserve a point for Palace. 4 minutes later, though, his mood changed from delight to despair. A red card for a violent challenge on Laurie Madden.
The great escapologists are at it again. No one plays the survival game better than Charlton. Andy Jones, inch perfect on the hour. Only 1 defeat in 8 league games since Howard Kendall assumed responsibility for City survival. In that time, they haven't conceded a worse goal than this. Paul Mortimer allowed to go all the way, but much credit to him. City actually scored a beautifully worked goal in the last 10 minutes or so. David White's 10th of the season. Charlton, though, the only winners in the bottom 7. Dead and buried. Not likely.
Played short. Smith. Play for Downs. Here's the ball played in.
Speedy trying to make something of it. Regis, there's a chance here. Off the crossbar. Touched it again and knocked over the top. Smith so close with his header and some miraculous defending on the line by Nottingham Forest. Closest you could ever imagine to a goal without one actually being scored.
Here's a shot to go through. It's going to be Pearce again.
Against the crossbar.
And a goal kick.
And from the other angle, Nigel Clough dummies over the ball. In comes Stuart Pearce, round the wall and against that Coventry crossbar. Knocked in again by Downs. Walker getting it away only as far as Gin. Scorching shot just too high, but it's flipped away for the corner. So another corner. Smith will take it. The pressure's on Forest. The minutes are ticking away now for Coventry. Smith hitting it wide. It came off the knees of Speedy. And Trinkle almost turned it into the Forest net. And Sutton simply sat on it.
Steve McKenzie, with the gust behind him, produced Charlton's best effort in the first half. The conditions helped Arsenal take the initiative after half-time. Here's Paul Merson, Bob Boulder barring the route to goal. Boulder has been through all of Charlton's brushes with relegation. His capability, a key factor again here. Smith's shot turned aside. One more scare for Charlton. Boulder at the feet of substitute Kevin Campbell. Again, that contrast in Arsenal's away form, which last season carried them to the Championship.
Our criticism of Norwich this year is they play great football and lack scoring goals, and there's Malcolm Allen scoring for them.
A very good
go
goal.
one up.
Yes.
Now you'd have a little bet on them at that stage, wouldn't you?
That's correct.
Norwich. But enter our old chum Matthew Letitia, and a well-taken goal.
I think Bobby Robson now, Jim, has to do something very positive about Letizia, because, you know, there were talk about France wanting to take him, you know. And, but I mean, look at the skill of this lad.
This is a great
You don't see a goal coming out of anything here.
No, you
but
don't.
It does.
You don't. It's a super goal. Super goal. And I agree with you. There are players, obviously, that we're all saying that Bobby Robson should look at, but he's definitely one of them. Another good goal coming up by Kevin Moore here.
Beauty.
Don't know about the keeper there. Saint went down a little bit like Jim Leighton.
Be careful, be careful. That's Jim Leighton's understudy.
I know. got a bit of a worry there, haven't you? Never mind, we'll carry.
Letizia
again. What a beautiful chip.
Oh.
And that's his hat-trick.
Wilson. But Jemson's got free here. Harper backed off. Here's Parker. And it's Crosby coming round the back, and Dibble got it at the second attempt. Oh, and Crosby's pinched the... Oh, has he given the goal? He has! My word! Gary Crosby! And Dibble is livid. And Manchester City have surrounded the referee, Roger Gifford. This is what happened. Well, the ball was only resting on one hand. Was it in his grasp? The referee said no. And now they've gone across to the linesman. And Manchester City with Andy Dibble still livid, but Howard Kendall prepared to get involved as well, and he could get himself into serious trouble here. They can't believe it, Manchester City. Dibble had the ball resting on the palm of his right hand, but that, Gary Crosby realised, wasn't a full control of the ball. Oh, look at that. He's distraught.
I mean, I can't believe it. Was it George Best that knocked the ball out of Gordon Banks's hand about 25 years ago, and that was disallowed? Have we not improved since then?
I suppose the referee might have thought he wasn't in full control of the ball.
What with the ball in his hand?
In one hand.
Oh, dear me, I mean, is a handball with one hand or is it with two hands? You know, I mean, if you stop in play for a handball, I mean, you don't have to use two hands, do you? You use one hand. The ball is in the keeper's hands. And I mean, there's no way that is a goal.
Millwall usually give Liverpool a good battle. They look more intent on giving them a good start. Goalkeepers under siege this week. Salmon also in on the conspiracy, tripping Barnes. His reaction suggesting it was unintentional. Beardsley's penalty would have been just about okay at Twickenham. He had a hand in Liverpool's winner though, 7 minutes from time, a corner joyously headed home by Gillespie. The first thing they teach you at Anfield is patience. It paid off yet again.
Queen's Park Rangers dumped Arsenal out of the FA Cup, but Don Howe, who knows a thing or two about Highbury, believes that his Rangers side haven't ended Arsenal's chances of retaining the championship, despite Ray Wilkins finding the bottom corner after 56 minutes. George Graham worried that Arsenal have now gone 5 games without scoring. They could ill afford this mistake by Kevin Richardson, which was stylishly seized upon by Roy Wegerle.
Out of the championship race, but Southampton are top of the league in the entertainment stakes, top scorers in the first division. Letizia led the way against Norwich in midweek. That was Rod Wallace against Chelsea. Now these two must be among the contenders for Young Player of the Year. Number 2 for Wallace, similar to Letizier's hat-trick goal on Wednesday. Great stuff. His 18th of the season, Letizier on 19. But they're as dodgy at the back as they are inventive up front. Only Palace and Millwall have conceded more in the league. Bobby Campbell obviously got that message through. Kevin Wilson pulling one back. Now Southampton were still in front into the last 10 minutes, but they know all about the patience game at Chelsea as well. Bobby Campbell being a student of the Anfield Academy. Tony Dorigo measuring his shot perfectly. 2 minutes later, with Gordon Durie on as a substitute, Chelsea registered their 6th away win of the season, and that compares with the best. From the other side of the area, Durie capping a marvellous fight back.
The Crystal Palace a victory to savour at White Hart Lane, but the nature of their winning goal didn't please the Tottenham goalkeeper Eric Tortsfet, who pushed the ball only onto the head of Alan Pardew.
A Kevin Sheedy special put Everton into an unaccustomed lead at Plough Lane. Now, these two sides don't get on particularly well, and because of the needle, Wimbledon usually come out on top. They're more accustomed to coping with that sort of thing. John Fashionu's header. 1-1 looked just about right. 14 home goals for Wimbledon this season, 13 away for Everton. It was never going to be video material, although that was a lovely piece of finishing by Dennis Wise that put Wimbledon in front. Wise, in sparkling form, tripped by Ratcliffe, enabling Fashionu to score again, his fourth in 2 games after a 7-week layoff through injury.
Have to go back to November the 12th to find Manchester United's previous win at Old Trafford, but Brian McClare's sheer determination soon put the skids under Luton Town. McClare and Mark Hughes had last scored in the same game on the opening day of the season. That unhappy sequence also ended when Hughes hooked in United's second from McClare's cross. Any lingering Luton hopes dashed right on half-time. Michael Phelan making a perceptive run from midfield. And the centre rounded off by Danny Wallace. Then it was Hughes with an impish flick, Paul Ince with the through pass, and Mark Robbins avoiding the offside trap. 4-0 to Manchester United. Happiness at last for their home supporters. And that was scarcely spoilt by Kingsley Black's plucky reply for a well-beaten Luton. Manchester United 4, Luton 1.
Sheridan takes it back from Atkinson, returns the compliment, and Atkinson tries his luck! That was one of the best shots I think I've ever seen. What a fantastic effort that was from Dalian Atkinson. Lovely use of the right foot by Francis in supplying that ball for Sheridan. And now comes infield. Plays it with his left foot. Atkinson again, the little back flick, and it was well read by Sage. One back by Sheridan. Still here, Hurst. Now, I'm not quite sure who he's playing it to, but it wasn't to a Sheffield Wednesday man, which was disappointing at the end of that. So much to admire in the build-up there by Wednesday. They just need goals. Now then, Sheridan, will he have a dip himself? Great goal!
With 7 points from their previous 3 games, Charlton raising hopes of continuing their charmed First Division life. A knockback, though, from Norwich City. Robert Fleck settling the issue, finishing at the highest order, and Charlton couldn't match that.
Livingston. Speedy. Here's Smith in a bit of space. Corner to Coventry.
Mountfield looks in a bit of trouble there.
Well, Kevin Drinkle's coming on as Steve Livingston goes off. The substitution being made for Coventry. And if Mountfield's in trouble, then well, Villa have Stuart Gray, a defender. Well, here's Coventry now with Gallagher playing it in. Ormonroyd missed the chance there. And it's there by Drinkle! His first touch as a substitute. And Coventry go into the lead. Well, the substitution was made because of an injury. If it weren't for that, you'd say that was an absolute masterstroke by John Sinnott. A great first touch there by Kevin Drinkle onto the left boot. And Coventry go into the lead. Jimmy Greaves.
It was a good touch because it's not easy to come on, as we all know, as a sub and get straight into the game. It was good control and an excellent finish.
Here's Speedy. And now here's David Smith. That's really got Coventry going. There's the shot, it's another one! David Smith, 2 goals in 90 seconds. Nigel Spink, the hero of the first half, picks the ball out of the net again, and Villa are in deep trouble. David Smith, the scorer, only his 4th of the season, tormenting Chris Price, getting it onto the right foot and burying it beyond Spink into the far corner.
He took the player on, took it on, brought it inside. Good shot, gave the keeper no chance.
In the meantime, Stuart Gray is on and Derek Mountfield is off.
Richardson with the kick. Bowled on the near post, often the target, and Adams running in on the edge of the penalty area. Smith was there as well. Oh! They all stood and waited, and Groves was the quickest to react, and Arsenal's goal famine is over. After all those games, for all those hours without a goal, it was that simple downward header that finally broke the deadlock. Adams! A vital second goal for Arsenal, and the skipper has scored it. And how many times have we seen him get goals like this? It was flicked on, high bowled at the near post, and Adams, brave as ever, just careered in. This is Richardson again. Into Smith, flicked on towards Campbell. Yes! The smile of a very satisfied young man. And the Arsenal crowd believe that will be one goal of many more in this man's career. And how well he took it. Again, a lovely build-up by Arsenal, and what a great little through ball that was by Smith. Walker couldn't control it. Campbell had the confidence to go for the far post. And Arsenal have 3. Parker. That's a good little ball for Clough. Good tackle. Well, I thought it was. I cannot agree with the referee's decision, I have to say. I thought that was a very clean challenge by Tony Adams on Nigel Clough. And I must say, in my book, Forrest are lucky to get a penalty there. Well, let's have a look at it again from the camera behind the goal. He made contact with the ball. There has to be intent before a penalty can be given. And in my opinion, he was intending to win the ball and no more. But the referee's decision is the one that matters, and he's given a penalty, and Nigel Clough himself will take it. Lukic waits. And Lukic saves it. And frankly, I think justice has been done. Well, he's made a name for himself for saving penalties over the years, John Lukic. In fact, he might have to save another one, because the referee has said that he moved too soon. Well, he probably did marginally, but what goalkeeper doesn't? Well, Mr. Nixon is not popular now in Highbury. Having made that splendid save, he's got to face the penalty again. Nigel Clough again against Lukic. And he's missed it. Well, isn't it astonishing? Nigel Clough misses twice from the spot, and Lukic, in the end, and I have to repeat it once more, has seen justice done, in my opinion. Clough blasting the shot, just skimmed the bar, but it was always travelling skywards. Kingsley Black. Well, still in charge. Oh, it's crept in! How did that get past Grizovic? Well, Drinkle is in here. Oh, it's very well taken. Nicely done. Brian Burrows. Still Burrows. Speedy and Regis on the far side. Well taken. Coventry are in front. Wilson. Smith doing his best to get back. Gray, the substitute, has got one back. A match of crucial consequence for Luton. Oh, and that's gone in. Dowie, I think. It may well have come off the defender, but it's 3-2.
Morgan again. Brady with a quick one. Good run by Dix. Players queuing up. If he can get a good deep crossover with that left foot, then it's a good one. Rossignol gets up. Great save. Hallworth really stretching beautifully for that. Well, that was lovely stuff. Dix with a cross. Rossignol out of the game for so long, got up so powerfully. And fine goalkeeping. There's Hallworth. And Alvin Martin finally got the final touch. Good one. And Leroy Senior gets it, and Keane is in there. And it's a penalty. John Hallworth came for it. The flick on by Rossignol from the big kick by the Czech goalkeeper. And Oldham were in trouble here. He won that one well. Keane gets in there fast, and the goalkeeper brings Kevin Keane down. It's a penalty. What a great start to the second half for West Ham. Julian Dix to power it. And Hallworth even got his hands to it, but couldn't stop it. 2-0. That'll get them going. A difficult one as Rossignol chases it. And here goes Kelly. And it's 3-0.
Is able to find Lake. He made a nice little dart ahead of the ball initially to be able to get possession. Megson doing likewise. Oh, and David White! It's a splendid goal! That was Lake's pass. And Megson taking it first time, a delightful cross, and steered in by White. Redmond crossed it. Oh, and Brian Marwood swept it in. And Redmond wonders why he did that. Arsenal are level, and Manchester City have played a major part in the goal. 3 minutes into the second half, and Redmond thought he'd find his own goalkeeper here. But all he found was Brian Marwood, and that was real opportunism. 1-1. Well played, Michael Thomas. Hayes, no offside. Campbell, this is the best of the chances. And Campbell and Dibble, who had such trauma last week, is showing off his talent this week.
With Liverpool on FA Cup duty, Aston Villa had the chance to regain the First Division leadership and perhaps a bit of momentum after those shattering defeats by Wimbledon and Coventry. Tony Daly's game is all about momentum. Just ask Tim Allpress, Luton number 3, making his debut at fullback. He was as much a spectator as the rest of us as Daly scored a wonderful individual goal. Villa have looked anything but potential champions over the past couple of weeks. Luton offered little resistance though. John Dreher's error allowed David Platt to collect Paul McGrath's lob and ensure that Villa collected the points as they reclaimed top spot. Forest and Coventry were meeting for the third time in a month, so it might have been reasonable to think that familiarity would lead to a tight, tense contest. But then Torvalda Orligson's underhit back pass allowed Kevin Gallagher to score in the second minute, and all those assumptions went out the window. It had been a good week up until that point for Brian Clough. The Forest manager learned before this game he was to be awarded an honorary master's degree by Nottingham University. His mood soured though, as his defenders continued to flunk the simplest of tests. It's common knowledge that David Speedy's a great header of the ball, but it appears those in red hadn't done their homework. Forest 2 down, 13 minutes gone. Coventry profited twice more in the second half. David Smith, who provided the cross for the second, setting up the third for Kevin Drinkle. An effective link-up between the two players who scored against Aston Villa last weekend. With Wednesday night's late defeat at Luton now just a memory, the visitors had the platform for a bit of showboating, Drinkle giving Speedy the opportunity to perform his party piece. The lob unstoppable, Clough's response probably unrepeatable. Coventry by now were on course to climb to 6th place, level on points with Forest, although the home side did at least salvage a degree of pride in the final 12 minutes. Some neat build-up play to work the ball across the pitch, David Curry making his full debut for the club, scoring to make it 4-1. It was all academic by this stage, and not in the sense that Clough would have preferred. Forest did pull another one back, Gary Crosby probing down the right, before Brian Laws, given the space to try a long-range shot, struck one straight out of the Stuart Pearce repertoire, the ball bouncing out off the stanchion, but it was a goal without the need for Nigel Clough to make sure. Tony Dorigo's free kick tested Brian Gunn in the first half, on a day Chelsea perhaps had one eye on securing a trip to Wembley in the Zenith Data Systems Cup. Strong winds at Stamford Bridge made fluent football difficult. Norwich's best chance came with 6 minutes left. Robert Fleck thought he was about to score, and then Malcolm Allen got in his way. Plenty of time to discuss it on the bus home, chaps. Charlton set out to frustrate Tottenham, only to be undone as they went on the attack themselves. An unsuccessful handball appeal there against John Polston, who suddenly saw his chance. Polston brought Lineker and Naeem into the play and kept on running. You'd never guess this was his first senior goal from the coolness of the finish. You probably would from the celebration. With his side one down at the break, Charlton manager Lenny Lawrence had to gamble and left the wide open spaces in which Gary Lineker thrives. Some centre forwards might freeze given this much time to think in a one-on-one. Not Gary. The 2-goal cushion gave Tottenham the confidence to play with a little more fluency. Their third goal came from Paul Allen's cross, converted by David Howells. Charlton, 6 points from safety and without a reliable goal scorer, need a miracle. Perhaps Southampton were still smarting from last week's home defeat by Chelsea. They certainly looked as if they meant business against Derby. No messing about from Rod Wallace. That was the first of 2 goals in the opening 4 minutes of the second half. Francis Benali attacking from left back and Matthew Le Tissier taking advantage of Derby defending that left Peter Shilton deeply unimpressed. Southampton have lost only twice at home all season, and there was never really any danger of Chelsea's dramatic comeback being replicated here, even though Mark Patterson's cross was swept in by Dean Saunders with 10 minutes left. Everton's task now is to salvage what they can from their season after their FA Cup ambitions were ended by Oldham at the weekend. Tony Cottee was closer than anyone else to giving them a much-needed lift at Old Trafford on Wednesday. That was as adventurous as the visitors got though. United still very much on course in the FA Cup, bursting forward. Mark Hughes drawing the first of a series of saves from the excellent Neville Southall. Hughes failed to emerge for the second half because of a calf problem. He'll miss Sunday's match against Liverpool, but even without him, United's chances kept coming. Southall frustrating Mark Robbins this time, and the goalkeeper wasn't finished there. United, in need of league points, certainly didn't lack effort or ingenuity. Brian McClare trying the subtle approach. Robbins couldn't adjust himself to convert the rebound. Norman Whiteside, on his return to Old Trafford, inadvertently set up United's clearest opportunity late on, but McClare, United's cup match winner last Sunday, found Southall an impassable barrier again. The striker can only hope for more luck against Bruce Grobbelaar and co. It's not hard to see where Norwich's problems lie. They've scored just 5 league goals since Christmas. Andy Townsend hit the post in the first half on Wednesday, but otherwise Coventry did everything that was asked of them defensively, with the home side by and large restricted to long-range shooting. Malcolm Allen denied here by Steve Grizovic. The home supporters in Carrow Road's lowest league crowd of the season went away disappointed, despite Robert Fleck's second half attempt to twist himself into a scoring position. Coventry's point lifts them up to 4th, their highest league placing since September.
Pickering. Harris by Platt. Forsyth put into difficulties. An early cross from Platt. Cascarino! Oh, it's a great header. Callaghan follows in. And produced the sort of save that we've come to expect, really, but this was by far the best moment of the first half. Authentic Cascarino and the real Shilton. Oh, that's a fine ball by Nielsen, just the sort that Daly thrives on. Ormonroyd's in the middle! Aston Villa have fashioned a direct attack that's left Peter Shilton sitting and reflecting, and Derby County a goal down. Kent Nielsen's pass was exquisite, and it was the driven cross from Daly, and Ormonroyd forced it in.
George Graham virtually conceded the championship after this, Arsenal losing their unbeaten home record. In truth, they'd already lost their way. John Bumstead, the scorer, on his 300th appearance for Chelsea, their 7th away win.
Coventry started the day 4th in the table. They were at home to Sheffield Wednesday. Franz Carr in for the injured Trevor Francis for Wednesday. Plenty of individualism from him, and more of the same from Dalian Atkinson here. His shot out off the post, but thumped back in by David Hurst. Wednesday one up after 16 minutes, but Coventry level just 12 minutes later. Mickey Ginn on target, set up cleverly by Kevin Drinkle. Coventry, who'd hit 4 goals at Forest last Saturday, were on the receiving end in the second half this time. John Sheridan, a particular problem for them. This was the crucial goal made by Sheridan and scuffed in by Nigel Worthington. 2-1 to Sheffield Wednesday, on course for only their 2nd away win of the season. And for once they found goals easy to come by. Only 6 in 14 away games before this one. And midway through the second half, Sheridan finished a move that he'd started. Franz Carr with the centre, 3-1 to Wednesday. Very disappointing for Coventry, and 8 minutes later, they were in trouble again. Sheffield Wednesday so quick to the ball now, really relishing their supremacy. Here's Carlton Palmer, and Worthington free on the left. In the centre, Dalian Atkinson, completing a win to remember for manager Ron Atkinson on his return from his honeymoon in Barbados.
The First Division's top scorers were quickly into their stride. Matthew Le Tissier opening his box of tricks early on. And that goes down as an own goal by Eric Young. With Ian Andrews deputising for Tim Flowers in goal, Southampton looked vulnerable to Wimbledon's brand of trickery. Young atoning, Andrews all over the place. He was again, actually, 7 minutes later. Perhaps Ian spent just a bit too long in Scotland. That was John Scales from close range. Wimbledon laying claim to the entertainers tag with their 9th goal in 3 games to build up a 3-1 lead. Wise's cross and Fashionu's flashing header to bring his personal tally to 5 in 3. Down to 10 men, Southampton making it 3-2. Le Tissier, too quick for Wimbledon and almost too quick for us, celebrating his call-up to the England B squad. He also played his part in the equaliser putting Rod Wallace through. Curl panicking somewhat. He didn't think it was a penalty, but the referee did, and that's what counts. Letitia keeping his cool for his 22nd of the season. Southampton just 2 short of the 60 mark in the First Division.
After 2 consecutive defeats, Nottingham Forest were soon in difficulties again at Selhurst Park. 12 minutes gone. Charlton's Andy Peake with a neat pass for Robert Lee, and Paul Williams grabbing his 12th goal of the season. It took this mistake by Joe McLaughlin to present Forest with a point they scarcely deserved. Nigel Jemson intercepting, and in the end, Steve Hodge hooked the ball in to take his season's haul to 12. Charlton kicking themselves, 1-1 at Selhurst Park.
Sad, but one of Everton's top-scoring games of the season really doesn't count for all that much, other than a place in the record books for Graham Sharp, his 106th league goal for the Blues, equaling Bob Latchford's post-war record. Palace were pretty woeful by all accounts, the only team in the bottom 8 not to improve their position at all. Tony Cottee making it 2. Everton hadn't won for 5 games, out of the race, out of the cups, out of sorts. The goal highlights suggest they clicked. The collective view from the press box suggested otherwise. Cottee again at 3-0. Norman Whiteside has been one of their successes. A perfect cross for a perfectly timed Whiteside run, but really it's roll on next season.
At Loftus Road, Queen's Park Rangers back in league action after their 2 attempts to beat Liverpool in the quarter-final of the FA Cup ended in gallant failure. Tottenham failing to catch Roy Wegerle offside. And then Wegerle setting up Simon Barker. Colin Clark pipping Ray Wilkins to the rebound. Wilkins and Barker were outstanding in midfield alongside Andy Sinton, whose splendid solo goal showed why he's been selected for the England B squad. Spurs 2 down right at the start of the second half. Then it was Barker's turn, put through by Clark, and Simon making it look simple, his 3rd goal in 6 games. Tottenham just capitalised once on a Rangers lapse of concentration straight after their 3rd goal. Gary Mabbott against the post, in by Paul Walsh, 3-1 to Queen's Park Rangers.
This was the key match in relegation territory. Andy Dibble's handiwork once again to City's detriment, giving Luton the opportunity to forge in front through Danny Wilson's 72nd minute penalty. That's what he wanted to do to Gary Crosby. But Luton have only won once on their plastic pitch since early November, a better source of encouragement for City than their own pitiful away record. Richard Harvey picking the wrong time and place to jive with David White, and that was most definitely a penalty. Back for City in his first full game since mid-January, Clive Allen salvaging a point and looking forward to linking up with Niall Quinn as the run-in hots up at the bottom.
Without Tony Cascarino, Millwall managed to end a run of 4 consecutive defeats at Norwich. They looked on course for victory when Wesley Reed's corner was headed in by Teddy Sheringham after 59 minutes. 3 minutes later, both sides were reduced to 10 men. Robert Fleck and Steve Wood came to blows. But Norwich hit back within the laws of the game with Andy Townsend's equaliser with 11 minutes remaining. Millwall, though, still got their first point under the Bob Pearson regime.
Stopped by Venison. Houghton. Finding Beardsley away on the left in a lot of space is Barnes and he's onside. United are being caught out here. Will they be punished? They are by John Barnes. 1-0. And here's Beardsley once more. McMahon following it up. Rush. Penalty given. Anderson claiming it was outside the box, but George Courtney ran straight to the penalty spot. John Barnes against Leighton. It's 2-0 to Liverpool. Phelan. Oh, that's a good ball played to Russell Beardsmore. A few red shirts are up, including McClare. Oh, so well. Pushes it up and away. Whoa! It's an own goal! Ronnie Whelan! Well, Grobbelaar could do nothing about that.
Some important games in the First Division. We can see now Aston Villa at Queen's Park Rangers, and they went behind early on. I don't think Graham Taylor will be too pleased with this one. That was Colin Clark scoring for Queen's Park Rangers, but Villa hit back, and they've scored so many goals this season through Gordon Cowan's ingenuity. And here Kent Nilsson adopting the sort of positions that Derek Mountfield used to. But that was a very valuable goal for them. Now the game affecting the bottom of the First Division. Crystal Palace, of course, in deep trouble and in awful form by all accounts against Everton on Saturday. But this is very sad.
That is. It's a broken leg. It was
Very
nothing
right.
malicious. Absolutely nothing malicious. Just a bad twist.
Yeah.
And bad twist of luck for him.
I don't quite understand why the referee spoke to Paul Blaze, because there was no malice of forethought there whatsoever, and we've just got to commiserate with Ian Wright. Nobody likes to see this. I was speaking to Steve Coppell this morning. He will definitely miss the rest of the season. Now, here's the Crystal Palace goal. What about Peter Shilton on this?
Poor old Schultz. It's not like him at all, is it?
Andy Gray, the scorer. Now this is the Derby equaliser, Mark Wright. They'd lost their previous streak, but they'll be quite pleased with that scoreline, and I think Palace will probably settle for a point.
Incidentally, if you're wondering about the rather strange angle of some of our cameras at White Hart Lane, it's a new TV gantry here, and we don't like it either. And Lineker was fouled by Alan Hansen, right underneath the nose of the referee. It's not really been a night for goal scorers, has it? The defenders, as they say, in the words of the old cliche, have been on top for most of the game. And that's going to make it difficult to pick a man of the match, I would think, Ian St John.
Well, it's not like you to use an old cliche, Alan, yes.
No, I like the new ones.
Well, you're over the moon.
Here's Gascoigne. Stewart! Paul Stewart for Tottenham! 1-0! What a way to mark your return to the first team. A superb header. And Gascoigne, the provider. It was a glorious cross, but the header was devastating.
A wretched week for Manchester United, outplayed by Liverpool, outfought by Sheffield Wednesday. Franz Carr twisting and turning. David Hurst winner. No real consolation for United, but they went close near the end. Chris Turner, the former United goalkeeper, getting the better of that one. Niall Quinn was making his debut for Manchester City, linking up with Clive Allen, but it was Chelsea who struck first. Gordon Durie. City deserved more than they got, which was a perfectly timed debut goal by Niall Quinn on the end of a perfectly flighted cross by David White. Shades of things to come. Everton have shown plenty of character since their season was effectively ended by Oldham, but going behind at Millwall, who'd only won once in 22 games. Paul Goddard's first in the league since leaving Derby, and a slight deflection off Martin Keown. Millwall's new signings inexplicably on the bench. Their lead lasted all of 2 minutes. An incisive move this, Neil Poynton coming in for the swan song, getting it back from Cottee and scoring the type of goal hardly typical of Everton's season. Everton's winner came 10 minutes from time. The sharp Cottee partnership. Cottee's 5th in 7 games.
possesses Sansom. Rice gives the ball, though, to Paul Parker. And Sinton embarking on a run. Help from Wegerle. Oh, and Sinton's got it back again, and he's scored! Well, if you haven't seen Andy Sinton before, Steve Sutton certainly has. There was an indication there of why he's moving closer and closer to international recognition. He ran at Forrest and then realised there wasn't a way through the first time. Wegerle drove it back in again. Sinton collected and slid it beyond Sutton. An excellent goal in its construction and in its taking. Oh, and it's Barker with a free strike. Simon Barker, it flew in. And that might well mean the 3 points for Queen's Park Rangers. And Simon Barker is having a splendid spell in terms of goal scoring at the moment. It was inviting for him, and he really accepted the invitation with relish. Sutton didn't have a prayer.
Ian Wright's broken leg meant a Crystal Palace debut for Gary Thompson, signed from Watford during the week. Well, it took Thompson just 4 minutes to make an impact against one of his former clubs. Aston Villa perhaps showing signs of the title jitters, Thompson bundling in the loose ball. Villa are still 3 points clear of Liverpool at the top, but they've now played 2 games more.
Everton gave Norwich a goal start. David Phillips suddenly found himself on his own and had enough about him to seize the opportunity expertly. But their commitment to retrieving the goal was wholesale. I keep hearing they're not playing well, but they're not half scoring some good goals. Tony Cotty's getting most of them. It was a starter for 3. Maybe a starting point for a run at one of the 3 treasured European places being dangled before us again. Cotty's 5th in 3 games. But is he coming or going? Partner Graham Sharp escaped suspension at an FA hearing last night. He escaped the attentions of a marker to round off last week's win. Another win this week will put Everton 3rd, and that may be enough for Europe.
Arsenal's home defeat by Chelsea a week ago more or less finished their hopes of retaining the Championship, but it's their away form that has cost them this season. 9 defeats on their travels before the visit to Derby, who appeared to take pity on their visitors. Alan Smith heading down for Martin Hayes, in for the injured David Rocastle, to take advantage of some sleepy defending to score. Derby certainly didn't help themselves. Michael Forsyth was caught dozing here, and that allowed Perry Groves all the space he wanted down the right. The home defenders nowhere near him, nor Alan Smith in the centre, nor Kevin Campbell, the scorer at the far post. Peter Shilton, a picture of quiet despair. A testing afternoon for Shilton and for Derby's unpopular chairman Robert Maxwell, making his first appearance of the season at the baseball ground to jeers from the home support. Maxwell saw his players continue to defend like strangers, Smith heading against the bar, Hayes touching in the rebound for his second, Arsenal 3 up at half-time, all thoughts of poor away form banished. Maxwell then decided he'd seen enough and left with half an hour to go, although he had at least seen Derby score by then. Rob Briscoe with the goal of the game, his first in senior football.
"20 minutes gone in the second half. It's still goalless here at the Dell. Southampton against Manchester United. Danny Wallace forward to Mark Hughes. Hughes being forced wide, but has kept possession. And a strange sort of ball, but it reaches Gibson. Oh, it's in! Colin Gibson has given Manchester United the lead. His first goal of the season. The United fans celebrate what could be a very important goal for them. Throw already taken. Martin. Webb with the shot. Oh, and the keeper's fumbled it. And what an introduction for the substitute. Robbins has scored within 30 seconds of coming on.
So will the real Coventry City please step forward? 1 week they're scoring 4 at Nottingham Forest, the next conceding 4 at home to Sheffield Wednesday. Cyril Regis opened up space for Kevin Gallagher to open the scoring against Charlton, and this looked like being one of their good days. But they couldn't maintain it. The warning signs were there when Tommy Caton thundered a first half free kick against the crossbar, but they went unheeded, and there was to be no such let-off in the second half. Scott Minto strode through the middle with alarming ease to equalise for Charlton, who are at least putting up a fight, even though they look to be on their way out of the First Division. Lenny Lawrence's side had much the better of the second half and earned the break they got for the winner amid some truly appalling defending. A whole catalogue of haplessness in the build-up here, the final touch of Kevin Drinkle for an own goal. Charlton off the bottom.
David Priest coming across to take this corner, all the big fellas in there. Dowie, Dreyer there too. Priest with a strong wind. Brannigan doesn't get it, and McCarthy has put it in his own goal on his debut from France. Brannigan came out to get it, he didn't get it, and the defender knocked it in his own net. So it's Priest and Kingsley Black going to threaten something over there. Kingsley Black coming in on his left foot, he shoots, and it's a great goal. Kingsley Black makes it 2-0. In the week, Luton turned down a big offer from Nottingham Forest for Kingsley Black. He puts the Hatters 2 up and certainly eases the pressure on them here in this vital game. Malcolm Allen picks up a loose ball there. Malcolm Allen getting behind the Luton defence, pulls one back. Briley, and that indeed amazingly was his first touch.
Peter Shirtliff was the central figure at Plough Lane after Trevor Francis and Nigel Worthington had worked a short corner, and with John Fashanu seemingly left all alone on central defensive duty, Shirtliff stretched to score. That goal coming 5 minutes into the second half. That wasn't the last of Shirtliff in this game though, nor Fashanu for that matter. 13 minutes later, at the other end of the field, Wimbledon's centre forward chasing an equaliser won a highly debatable penalty. Wednesday had grounds for complaint on 2 fronts here. For one thing, Shirtliff's challenge looked to be outside the penalty area. For another, it seemed as if he got the ball. Full marks to Fashanu though for brushing aside the controversy to produce a penalty as nonchalant as this.
Montcow to Johnson. The Chelsea fans trying to urge their team forward now. Bumstead to Hall. Johnson had continued his progress down the middle, and Chelsea have won the free kick. 20 minutes to the first half to go. Might be a chance for Nicholas to blast one in from here. Johnson is there too. And Tony DeRigo as well, who's got a pretty powerful shot. Middlesbrough have all 10 outfield players back defending this free kick. Roger Milford making sure that wall is a requisite distance away. 5 in the wall. It's DeRigo. Oh, it's a goal! Pear's got a hand to it, but he couldn't keep it out. And Tony DeRigo has blasted Chelsea into the lead. Pear's is furious with himself.
Yes, do you give the credit to DeRigo for a lovely swerving shot, or maybe just, as you say, maybe just say to Stephen Pearce, possibly ought to have done better, son.
Houghton takes it. Barnes meets it, angles it perfectly. Southampton a goal down. But looking to change that with Case's free kick. Moore's header. And right out! They've done just that. It was a lovely playful moment as the teams ran out for the second half. Jimmy Case gave a shove to his old Liverpool teammate Phil Thompson, who's now on the Liverpool coaching staff down on the bench. Wallace, that's a great run. Can he match it with a shot? Well, Case might. Oh, it's a corker! He'll treasure that for the rest of his life. Well, I was talking about him being playful at the start of the second half, and he's meant real business once the half has got underway. The inroads from Wallace, who spurned the shot, and Case caught it absolutely right. 2-1 Southampton. Well, the possibility here of a bender from Barnes. Oh, it was desperately close. And how Liverpool needed that to go in. Rosenthal against Kevin Moore. Oh, it's a great turn, and he's won a corner. They appealed on the cop for possibly more than that, but the ball might have hit Moore's arm. Well, he's certainly given an extra dimension to Liverpool already. Flowers, oh, it's a header! That's gone across the line and in. And Flowers is foiled here. An own goal by Russell Osman. Hussein wants the return ball from Rush, and it was Dodd who defended well. Staunton found the ball bouncing up off his arm. Hussein, now Rush, and Liverpool, who were 2-1 down, are 3-2 in front. 8 minutes left.
With Liverpool and Aston Villa still to visit Highbury, George Graham has changed his tune somewhat. Following the home defeat by Chelsea, George virtually conceded the championship. But they've rediscovered whatever's been missing for most of the season and outplayed Everton. Alan Smith rediscovering his scoring touch, his first since New Year's Day, had to be inch perfect to beat the near-perfect Southall.
The sight of Neil Webb in full working order, a delight for Manchester United fans. Webb back in the starting lineup after 7 months. And United a goal up after 26 minutes from Mark Hughes against the Coventry side, so sluggish in recent weeks that John Sillett has organised medical tests for his players. Hughes certainly in good health, and with Webb's help, he was on target again 10 minutes later. Neil Webb with a World Cup mission, of course, and in the second half he very nearly boosted his England claims with a goal. Webb did make United's third 3 minutes from time. Mark Robbins announcing his arrival as a substitute with a well-angled header. 3-0 to Manchester United.
Naeem, challenged by Nielsen. Neatly done. 1-2 is from Lineker, is Naeem. 3 to Amat. Still going Naeem beyond the far post, must be a goal for Paul Allen. It was Lineker beyond the far post and Paul Allen takes the congratulations. Palmer. Nielsen. Francis. Nielsen's made the run inside for him. Atkinson. Francis again. 3 in the middle to aim at. Nielsen's arriving. Must be a chance for Hurst. David Hurst brings Wednesday back into it. Sheridan's free kick from Madden. Right for Sheridan. 5 to aim at in and around the penalty area. Palmer. Atkinson, shooting chance. Good effort. Fine goal from Damien Atkinson. He took it quite brilliantly. Vandenhuis free kick. A chance and it may go in. It has gone in for Lineker. He hadn't realised it, I don't think. The ball came off, skimmed off ahead, and it slightly bounced off Gary Lineker's head and just inside that far post, and he's delighted about it. First touch for Dave Bennett. Lineker onside. That's a brilliant goal from Gary Lineker. That was international class. He looked up, saw the opportunity. Turner was 5 yards off his line, and he took it quite superbly. Just watch this. A little touch inside, looks up, chips the goalkeeper, who's right on his 6-yard line. 3-2. Gascoigne will take the free kick for Spurs. 4 in the penalty area. It's a lovely little flick, and it's gone in from Paul Stewart.
After 4 games without a win, Norwich City knew a little too much for Jim Ryan's young Luton side, who couldn't recover from a penalty after 26 minutes. Alec Chamberlain adjudged to have fouled Henrik Mortensen. Andy Townsend's first scoring penalty was ruled out, but his nerves stood up to the retake. Norwich made sure of the points with a splendid second goal shortly after half-time. Left-back Mark Bowen, not for the first time this season, revealing an eye for goal. Norwich 2, Luton 0.
This is Hayward wearing 14. Now Kerry Dixon. Right, trying to jockey him. Dixon's got it back. Kevin Wilson! Well, Mark Wright thought he'd got Dixon shut out there. Dixon managed to screw it back, and Kevin Wilson scored. Hayward's cross. Francis couldn't really get a shot, nor could Harford. Now for Scythe. Saunders has peeled off. Harford over the top. And in for one apiece.
It's 1 point now from 5 games for Forest. Brian Clough's even talking about making a comeback. Another timely strike by Dennis Wise settled it. Only 2 defeats away from home all season for Wimbledon. Anfield next for them on Tuesday. I know what you're thinking.
The South London derby did further damage to Millwall's dreams of remaining in the First Division. Phil Barber's free kick, Mark Bright's header, Crystal Palace in control at the Den. Palace still in need of points themselves and a win to pump themselves up for next week's FA Cup confrontation with Liverpool. Bright breaking on the left this time, and Andy Gray guiding Palace into a 2-0 lead. Malcolm Allen managed his first goal for Millwall. A minute later, Allen following up when the first shot from Ian Dawes rebounded off Nigel Martin. But not much life left in the Lions.
Just when you least or most expect it, Charlton start to apply the pressure on those who dearly love them to accept what's been inevitable for the past 4 years. Paul Mortimer got the ball over and got the congratulations after Danny Maddox deflected it in 5 minutes from time.
And Peter Reid's influence will be enormous on this Manchester City side through their troubles over these last few weeks. 33 years old now, on the coaching staff at Main Road. And Hendry in trouble. And Cascarino getting away, playing it towards Olney, might come to Platt. Olney's waiting, what's Platt doing? Playing it to Cowans! Minutes gone, a vital breakthrough for Villa, and Gordon Cowans, the man who finishes it off after work by Cascarino and by Olney and by Platt.
Brian, I don't think I've ever in my life seen a better bit of skill than that. He's beat 2 or 3 men, he's gone around the goalkeeper twice, hasn't panicked, looked up and played it right into Cowans' path.
Reid. Quinn, again getting a fraction away from his man. Good challenge by Platt. Ormondroyd. Too slow. Ward. Ormondroyd trying to get back again. Ward! Yes! Mark Ward has equalised for Manchester City. His first goal since he joined them from West Ham, and one really they've deserved on their play so far. Ormondroyd getting into the challenge there, but it only spurred Ward on. It might have just flicked off the defender, but that goes definitely down to Mark Ward. Heath doing well, hurdling all those challenges, chipping it back there towards White. Well, it was as well for Villa that Stuart Gray got a touch on that. And it ricocheted over the crossbar. It was a lovely move by City. Some great work here by Adrian Heath. Pulled back a lovely little cross. And it came off Stuart Gray for the corner.
Yeah, it was only going in one place, wasn't it? That would have finished up in the back of the net.
Ward wanting someone to come close. Wanted Paul Lake to come close. Wants him maybe for the little flick on. Too high for that. Hendry, in fact, makes the flick on! Knocked by Allen against the crossbar. Oh, Villa breathe again, and City so unlucky. Deserving, really, of a second goal. That's how good their performance has been in this second half once more. Clive Allen with the header against the crossbar. It remains at 1-1. Stopped by Nielsen. Knocked forward, hopefully, towards Olney. City determined to get something out of this one in their battle against relegation, and here's David White onto the right foot against the post. Peter Reid. Oh, there's celebration on the bench, there's celebration on the terraces, there's celebration on the field as Manchester City go 2-1 ahead. David White shot cannoning off that post, and Peter Reid following in to make it 2-1 to Manchester City.
Wimbledon so dangerous from these set pieces. Young's flick, Fashionu's in there, Scales too, off the line. Ray Houghton, I think it was. Early warnings for Liverpool. Staunton and John Barnes. Houghton's making a good run, and he's put Rush in space here. Ian Rush, 9 minutes gone, his 22nd of the season. Just a minute before half-time now. McMahon. Gillespie. He's brought this down nicely. 2-0 Liverpool. Gillespie. Well, they always compete so well, Wimbledon, and they've got 2 to pull back now. But Gibson is clear. I felt that came off Hansen. Gibson gets the congratulations, though.
Rangers corner. Maddox! Great header. 1-0 Rangers. Letizia. Now, what can he conjure here? Right out! Off the woodwork. There's Sammy Lee. Case, his old Liverpool teammate, feeding Letizia, and right out. This should be 1-1. Oh, he's pushed it over. Clark, Osman's missed that. Could be dangerous. Wegerle for 2-0, surely. Beagrie on a fine run. Oh, he's gone through all of them. Walker denied him in the end, but now Sharp finds Beagrie again. And Cotty's in there. What a splendid goal by Tony Cotty! Minutes gone. Tony Cotty gives Everton the lead with his 9th goal in the last 11 games. But Beagrie, the man who made it. But look at that for finishing. Trevor.
Well, all you can say is sheer class. It fell to the probably the most dangerous player in the forward line there for Everton, but he took it absolutely superbly. Didn't blast it, but neatly side-footed it into the corner of the net. Gave Sutton absolutely no chance.
Cotty is in the best form he's displayed since moving here for £2 million. And that really just emphasises how sharp he is in front of goal, if you pardon the pun, as Graham Sharp gets the ball now, the man who laid it on for him. Though Beagrie's part in that goal was very significant, and here he is again. What a run that was by Beagrie. He took on about 5 Forest defenders. And in it goes to Cotty again, and he's onside here. And he pulls it back, and it's number 2 for Whiteside. 2 goals in a minute for Everton. What a start for Everton. And Cotty involved again. What a lovely ball that was to find him, and watch for Whiteside pulling away into the space. Good finish by Norman Whiteside. And these Everton strikers are really competing for the honour of being leading scorer this season. There's 3 of them on 11 goals. Cotty was 1, he's got 12. Whiteside was another, he's got 12 now as well. Beagrie with the kick. Oh, it's a difficult one, and on the far post it's gone in, yes! Norman Whiteside has given Everton the perfect flourish with which to end the half. The near post header came off the defender, and it was Whiteside who reacted quickest of all. And Forest, having enjoyed such a good spell, ironically find themselves going a further goal down, and that was just about the last header of the half. 4 minutes to go. Everton 3, Nottingham Forest 0. Sheedy, a glorious ball. Sharp. Oh, Everton didn't get the finish they wanted from Graham Sharp, but the danger hasn't gone. Nevin. Sharp again. Cotty! They've got the finish they wanted now, and the man of the match has got the 4th goal, his 2nd. Persistence was the name of the game for Everton then. Nevin winning it back, and Sharp, who initially looked as though he could score himself, picked out Cotty. The header was devastating.
Why has it been going wrong for you? Is it anything to do with reaching the Littlewoods Cup?
I just don't think we competitive enough, and they whacked us off the field for 90 minutes. I don't mean whacked us physically, because they didn't, They just outpeated us, out-competited us and all that type of thing.
But why
we can't get a tackle in to save our lives at the moment.
Why not?
Because we're not competitive enough. It's as simple as that. And it's got nothing to do with cup finals. I think we're just pansies, like you and I.
How are you going to get it? Thank you. Can I just ask you how... Thank you, Brian.
Nigel Martin's out-of-character fumble presented Tim Sherwood with Norwich City's first. Then Mark Bowen's driven cross flew in off Gary O'Reilly as Palace went down 2-0. After that 9-0 drubbing by Liverpool in September, a semi-final win for Palace would be appropriate revenge. Clive Allen and Hurlock enjoyed the opportunity to get the ball back at Allen's expense, and here's Malcolm Allen now for Millwall. Hurlock, Briley's free to his right and Allen to his left. Carter in the middle, and Malcolm Allen is obstructed. Briley says it should be a penalty, but it's an indirect free kick. City have pulled everyone back. Carter and Dawes debate. Dawes takes it, and it's headed in at the back post by David Thompson. Millwall have a goal after 22 minutes, and they won't worry now that they didn't get a penalty. It was only a temporary let-off for Manchester City, and a terrific leap by Thompson. It's another long ball from Reid. He's got 2 to aim for now, and Hendry's no stranger to playing up front. Ward. Well, they've let him go a long way, and Mark Ward has taken full advantage of it. And Manchester City will feel that they totally deserve that equaliser. Hit with some venom by Mark Ward. Goal at Villa Park in the previous game, and a very precious one here for Manchester City at Millwall. And Millwall paying the price for not getting a tackle in and for letting him shoot. It was a perfect shot.
Steve Chettle's loose pass set the tone for Nottingham Forest's latest setback. Brian Clough's public excoriation of his players on Wednesday having had little effect by the looks of it. Certainly no excuse for this kind of defending, given the form Paul Stewart's in at the moment. His third goal in successive games, set up by Paul Gascoigne's sublime pass. Forest's form has fallen off a cliff since they reached the Littlewoods Cup final, and they were no match for Tottenham's subtleties. Pat van den Hauwe had all the space he wanted to cross, but Paul Allen was still second favourite at best. Chettle and goalkeeper Steve Sutton with some explaining to do. The home side rallied to score on the hour mark, Stewart and Gascoigne getting their wires crossed, and when Nigel Jemson's shot was pushed out, Steve Hodge was first to the loose ball to score against his former club for the third time this season. He got 2 in the Littlewoods Cup quarter-final replay at White Hart Lane in January, you may remember. Spurs didn't panic though. Gascoigne instead strode through the midfield with confidence, and Gary Lineker for once was a provider, setting up Allen's second. Sutton probably should have saved it, but that's the way of things for Forest these days. 6 defeats in 7 matches now, their worst run under Clough's management.
And this is incident coming up that led to the penalty.
What's that? Cross by Sheedy, and what happened there?
Well, it was a handball given. It's another mystery.
Oh, that is a bit of a mystery, that. Tony Cottee taking the penalty.
11 goals in 12 games.
Luton, who'd lost their last 4 away games, was soon in trouble against Chelsea. Kerry Dixon denied by Danny Wilson on the goal line. And when the ball comes back in, Wilson's in the right place again. Soon after, Kingsley Black showed why Nottingham Forest were prepared before the transfer deadline to spend more than £500,000 on him. A lovely run and check to make room for the shot. It was well saved by Besant. Chelsea unbeaten in 10 games, and that includes a Wembley win in the ZDS Cup, are finishing the season in style. Frustrated initially there, but that's a cracking volley from Dury. The ball actually clipping Bumstead's head on the way, making the save from Chamberlain even more admirable. Clive Wilson was a second-half substitute for his namesake Kevin, and he got on the end of a sweeping attack here. Dury with the dummy. Not a bad strike from Wilson. A very good save from Chamberlain. So the score sheet still blank, but not for very much longer. Kerry Dixon toying with Tim Breaker, the right back, waiting and waiting for a call perhaps. And if it came from Dury, the cross was inch perfect. Chamberlain saving the initial effort, but Dury stooping to make sure. The keeper actually desperately unlucky, but nothing wrong with Dury's reactions on this occasion. So 1-0 after 72 minutes, and the Scottish international really should have had a second in the closing moments. Dixon is again the provider on the left-hand side. Keep your eyes on number 10. How on earth did he miss that? The replay actually giving us a better idea. The one that got away. Chelsea 1, Luton Town 0.
Derby, in an unfamiliar yellow strip, experienced an increasingly familiar sense of despondency as their slide down the First Division table continued. Just 2 points from 7 matches now, with their latest defeat coming after David Smith's cross was turned into his own net by Mark Wright. Victory ended Coventry's run of 3 straight defeats. Like Coventry, Southampton had lost 3 in a row going into the weekend, a run they ended at Hillsborough thanks to a classic counter-punch. Wednesday, overcommitted at a corner, were caught on the break by Rod Wallace. The first man to arrive in support of the Southampton number 7 was Glenn Cockerill, who controlled neatly and finished tidily. 1 goal was enough as Saints kept their first clean sheet in the league since Boxing Day.
Campbell to Groves. Holding once more. McGrath well behind it. Only Cascarino up in a claret and blue shirt though. He's getting a bit of support from Platt. Now this could be interesting. Platt has pulled away. Price has gone through for Villa. A great chance for Villa. Chris Price has done it on the breakaway. Great play by Cascarino, and Price now right in the clear, kept his nerve wide of Lukic into the corner of the net.
Ronnie Rosenthal proved the perfect replacement for the injured Ian Rush, as the fate of the fixture list sent Liverpool to Selhurst Park 3 days after Charlton's landlords Crystal Palace had knocked them out of the FA Cup. A star was born on Wednesday night. Rosenthal, on trial from the Belgian club Standard Liège, scoring a perfect hat-trick, the first here with his right foot. It was Rosenthal's first full game for Liverpool. He played only 20 minutes as a sub against Southampton, and his second goal was an explosive left-footer. The Israeli international was an instant hit. His bustling shoot-from-anywhere style, very popular with Liverpool's army of travelling fans. Rosenthal linked brilliantly with John Barnes to complete his hat-trick with a superb header this time, and in this form, he'd be a bargain at £500,000, the fee Liège wanted when his proposed move to Luton Town recently fell through. Liverpool, with 5 team changes from the semi-final, Beardsley and Houghton among those left out, were in sparkling form, and Barnes made it 4-0 in the final minute. It was the perfect way for Liverpool to bounce back following their cup defeat. Kenny Dalglish no doubt mystified that they couldn't produce that form at Villa Park, and perhaps regretting that he didn't select the star of the night for the semi-final.
The rehabilitation of Manchester City continues. The rehabilitation of Clive Allen is going hand in hand. Allen, the opener against his former club. A case of who's looking at who for QPR's equaliser. Hendry left it for Dibble, and Wegley left them both for dead. Gary Megson and Paul Parker had been sent off before Colin Hendry made amends. City, 6 games unbeaten. The Howard Kendall new boys are beginning to find their feet. Mark Ward's third in 3 games. Typical Mark Ward, City inching clear.
Flat, there's a run on for Cascarino here, he's onside, and Erland Johnsen made up some ground but didn't have the strength really. Tony Cascarino beaten away by Besant, followed in by Gordon Cowans, and Aston Villa have scored. Cascarino has made it, Cowans has scored it. A terrific start for Villa. They're delighted, understandably. And Cascarino hammered it at goal. Besant couldn't hold it, and flying in was Cowans, who did very well to control his contact with the ball to guide it into the net. It was a good touch on the ball on the stretch by Cowans to get the goal.
I think most people in football would have fancied Liverpool to win this afternoon at home against Nottingham Forest, who've taken only 1 point out of the previous 21 available. Ronnie Rosenthal put Liverpool ahead. Steve McMahon got another after 15 minutes, 2 minutes after Rosenthal's. But Nottingham Forest, with 2 goals in the second half, got a point. Steve Hodge and Nigel Jemson. Liverpool with a game in hand, but their lead only 1 point now. Should be quite a match. Next Wednesday, Liverpool away to Arsenal. Forest have taken 2 points now from their last 24, but a much encouraging result for them at Anfield this afternoon.
Steve Coppell has promised that Crystal Palace's cup finalists won't ease up in the league, but then they can hardly afford to at the moment, with points still needed to be sure of survival. There were 2 early setbacks to contend with against Arsenal, of which Martin Hayes' 15th minute goal was arguably the lesser. Hayes scored after Lee Dixon's shot had been parried by Nigel Martin, but Andy Thorne, in trying to stop Hayes scoring, damaged ankle ligaments and had to be carried off. Significant blow with the cup final just 4 weeks away. As Liverpool found out to their cost at Villa Park, a 1-0 half-time lead against Palace is no guarantee of success. A familiar face was involved in this latest comeback. Andy Gray, who scored to force extra time last weekend, scored late again to force a draw here.
A draw at Luton rather undermined Everton's late UEFA Cup bid. They brought it on themselves, though, behind to Ian Dowie's goal inside 3 minutes. Avoidable, to say the least. If only Everton's away form had been better, they may still conceivably have had the European Cup in their sights still. Dowie had scored again by half-time. But Everton certainly deserves something out of the game, and Tony Cotty's back in the mood to take whatever's on offer. Stuart McCall offering him space and time at the conclusion of a sweet move. Lovely goal. It got better too. Beagrie picking out Graham Sharp as if he were the only man in the box. Bet Luton are glad they put a man on the line.
There were times at White Hart Lane when you had to rub your eyes to make sure they weren't deceiving you. Was that really Gary Lineker missing the target from 6 yards? Mind you, Lineker wasn't the only one whose sights were off in the early stages of a thoroughly entertaining game. Paul Allen scored twice against Forest last week, but then he probably wouldn't rank heading as his greatest asset. Coventry's opening goal was as hard to get your head around as Lineker's earlier miss. It was credited to David Smith, who took the corner, although Eric Torsvet had just as big a part to play. The Tottenham goalkeeper blamed this one on the windy conditions. Torsvet was then a helpless spectator as Spurs continued to struggle from set pieces. Kevin Gallagher with the corner from the other side, almost forcing an own goal before David Speedy profited amid the chaos. Coventry 2 up with 32 minutes gone. Fortunately for Tottenham, they had 3 key factors in their favour. 1, Coventry were no better at defending from corners. 2, Lineker doesn't let his head drop if he misses an easy chance. He just gets into position for the next one. And 3, Paul Stewart is in spellbinding form at the moment. Stewart's 4th in successive matches, a true goal of the season contender, and well worth seeing again. Spurs level and with more or less the whole of the second half to seek a winner. It came with 20 minutes left, yet another corner, yet another typical poacher's goal from Lineker. His 22nd league goal of the season, securing Tottenham's 4th win in a row.
Saunders anxious to get on with it. Played up to Forsyth. Harford! Oh, that's a classic big man's header, that is. It's what they bought him for. Williams standing over the free kick. Saunders and Harford again! In off the post. And with half an hour to go, it looks bad for Millwall.
Millwall's defeat sees them relegated, and Charlton are on the brink of joining them after being overwhelmed in the first half at the Dell. That was Neil Ruddock's first league goal in almost 8 months. The next one took only another 12 minutes to arrive. Matthew Le Tissier, the provider, defending set pieces, a clear issue across the First Division this weekend. Southampton proved just as adept at scoring from open play. Rod Wallace running clear to set up Jimmy Case for their 64th goal in the top flight this season, a total only Liverpool can match. Charlton, by contrast, are the First Division's lowest scorers, and that's the key reason their 4-year stay is on the verge of ending. Andy Jones's goal early in the second half was only their 28th in 34 league games. Jones has got 4 of them, and he's still the club's 3rd highest scorer this season. They do score the odd cracker though, even if they don't get anywhere near enough. Ruddock's handball with just over 25 minutes to go, giving Tommy Caton the opportunity to score his first goal in more than a year. But they couldn't find an equaliser, and defeat at home to Wimbledon on Tuesday will confirm Charlton's relegation.
Queen's Park Rangers then with the early pot shots. Justin Channing, and not against the early run of play. Now, I first saw Mark Robins at Norwich during United's winter of discontent. Inconspicuous is putting it kindly. There again, the ball hardly ever reached the Norwich box, and that's the territory where Robins goes about his business. There's nothing you can teach him about goal scoring. But his awareness and understanding, appreciation of what's going on around him is not yet an art form, but the signs are there. Neil Webb got the winner at Loftus Road, courtesy of Robins.
City had gone 6 games without defeat and almost got the opening goal against Sheffield Wednesday through David White, off the line by McCall. City did score midway through the first half, Peter Reid showing a level of class above the bottom of the division. Mark Ward's cross, Niall Quinn's second goal for the club. McCall there, number 11, was playing his first league game for more than a year after a series of knee operations, and his was Wednesday's best effort in the first half. Dibble at full stretch here in injury time at the break. The equaliser came on 69 minutes, McCall again involved, setting up his apparently identical twin Trevor Francis playing against his old club. and it's David Hurst who pops in his 14th goal of the season. A break from inside their own half brought City's winner, White, running 60 yards to set up the substitute Adrian Heath, and the ball deflected in off Peter Shirtliff's arm. No wins in 4 matches for Wednesday. Manchester City 2, Sheffield Wednesday 1.
There's more than one way to score from a free kick. Here's the Norwich approach. Subtle dink over the top. Smart run round the back from Mark Bowen. Neat finish. Stylish goal, very much in keeping with the club's footballing philosophy. And here's the Wimbledon approach. Route 1 from Hans Sagers, seeking out defensive aerial weaknesses, win the second ball and get it onto John Fashionu's head. Whichever approach you prefer, they both ended up counting the same here. Nothing on the day to separate Wimbledon and Norwich, both ensconced in mid-table.
Sporting gesture here as Chelsea applaud out Crystal Palace in recognition of their achievement in reaching the FA Cup final. Nicholas with the free kick. Palace try to move out and they haven't orchestrated it well enough because Kerry Dixon is back in business here. Jury sent flying by O'Reilly. And that is a yellow card. O'Reilly going for the ball, but Jury was just too quick for him. There's a chase on here for Dixon. And this is Stewart off the line by O'Reilly. Well, Graham Stewart in the first half of his first division game and denied a goal by O'Reilly. O'Reilly has come through the back of Jury again. Now, if that's a second bookable offence, I suspect it is, he's got to go. It's not a long walk. O'Reilly is sent off. Dixon. Kevin Wilson gets his 20th goal of the season. Lasso. Kevin Wilson. Dixon, and it was Stewart who came in to mark his debut in the best possible way.
Home sweet home on Monday. Manchester City were the last team to leave Goodison with a point back in mid-December. Derby keeper Martin Taylor left his line. Ray Attervelt's cross became a shot. Became his first goal for the club. Everton had to dig for their 8th consecutive league win on home soil. Derby equalised when Mick Harper's in the middle. The middle's where you put it, although this time he needed Mark Wright to pick up the pieces. But Everton substitute Kevin Sheedy gave the game a suitable winner, the sort of considered build-up that he'd appreciate. He showed his appreciation for the cross in time-honoured fashion.
Nottingham Forest had lost their 3 previous league games at the City Ground, 8 matches in all since their last victory, and they had to wait until 58 minutes before a spectacular shot from Franz Carr started the slide for struggling Luton. Forest needing a return to form with the Littlewoods Cup final just 2 weeks away. Forest holders of that trophy, they'd beaten Luton at Wembley last year, and 10 minutes later they sewed up the game with a second. Carr involved again. The eventual scorer, Gary Parker, who began his league career with Luton. Luton's hopes of avoiding relegation fading fast. Another Parker corner made sure of defeat for Luton here. Nigel Clough had gone 11 games without a goal, but a smart shot now to get him back into the groove. Nottingham Forest 3, Luton Town 0.
Luton's defeat meant Manchester City would be mathematically safe with victory at Carrow Road, some achievement for a team who were bottom at Christmas. Howard Kendall has called on some old friends in the race for survival. Peter Reid and Mark Ward involved in the race towards the Norwich goal, with Adrian Heath running the anchor leg. City now 8 matches unbeaten, and their Goodison Old Boys are relishing their next assignment, a reunion with Everton this Saturday.
After a misplaced back pass, Gary Lineker took the chance in typical style. His season's tally now 25. Millwall's defeat watched by Bruce Rioch. After the match, Rioch appointed Millwall's new manager.
Coventry needed a lift after a run of 4 defeats in 5 games. Cyril Regis intercepted Andy Sinton's back pass and set in motion a chain of events that led to David Speedie flicking on for David Smith to open the scoring after 6 minutes. 1-0 against a Rangers side who had suffered 3 straight defeats themselves. Coventry were 2 up at Tottenham on Saturday and still lost, so there was no room for complacency despite early superiority. David Seaman kept Rangers in the game with that superb save from Paul Edwards, and the visitors equalise right at the end of the first half. David Bardsley's free kick, Danny Maddox's 3rd goal of the season. Coventry proving it doesn't matter how many defenders you deploy, they don't mark properly. That lapse ended up costing them 2 points despite their best efforts in the second half. Regis denied by Seaman, who then just got a touch to knock the ball away from the in-rushing Howard Clark.
Against Aston Villa, Graham Taylor said the game could have gone either way. They were sunk by 2 great examples of instinctive finishing. Mark Robins doing what comes naturally proved to be the difference. At Lillishall School of Excellence, Robins' nickname was Rummenigge. The comparison with West Germany's legendary international is fascinating. Blonde-haired, a predator by nature with a flair for the unorthodox. That was a classic goal.
And here's poor old Charlton at the expense of Dennis Wise whacking in one there for Wimbledon, and they went as well. So the old Charlton Athletic, mate, are down along with Millwall.
Well, they've battled on for the last, 3 seasons and been marvellous.
Yeah,
really.
Lenny Lawrence has done a great job for Charlton Athletic, and the players have done a great job. It must have been very difficult for them.
And I would think that an incident like that, which I thought was dubious, that's the things that go against you when you're down the bottom.
Oh, when you're down the bottom, everything goes against
Nothing
you.
for you.
Big Fash knocking one in there.
But I mean, the Wimbledon boys are always very good on crosses.
They're very obliging, Wimbledon. They're a nice bunch of lads, and they're always good on crosses. And there's Big Youngie knocking in an OG just to sort of tidy up the score a little bit, yeah.
There was a push by Hussein on Smith, the free kick to Arsenal, taken quickly, it comes from Merson, and he scores! Paul Davis caught the ball out with that free kick, and Merson finished it off in magnificent style. It's not often you get Liverpool caught out the way they were there. Look, they're not really paying attention as Davis takes that free kick. Merson takes it in his stride and hooks it brilliantly wide of Grobbelaar.
Well, it's certainly quick thinking, certainly superb play by the Arsenal people. Very quick thinking on Paul Davis's part, and a super turn and very sharp finish. I think if you see that again, Alan Hansen won't be too happy. He's actually turned his back on the ball.
And Barnes now. Shot charged down. Rosenthal trying to get once more to that byline. Gets there. Nicol crossed in once more. Barnes. It's there. John Barnes. Well, it
was a goal that was always coming in the last quarter of an hour or so as Liverpool really applied the pressure. Ron Atkinson?
Yes, well, it's a good ball in, it's a super ball in. I think Arsenal have perhaps a little bit unfortunately. They've come up for upside and Bell stayed in there, whether he couldn't quite get out with the rest of the back line. But full marks, Liverpool have deserved that. They've threatened it for some 10-15 minutes now, and they have deserved that.
Before the Chelsea game, and a year on from the Hillsborough disaster, Liverpool unveil a memorial next to the Shankly Gate at Anfield. It means those who lost their lives in Britain's worst ever sporting disaster on Saturday, April the 15th, 1989, will never be forgotten. Gillespie. Chelsea have defended very calmly so far. Gillespie's long throw. Rosenthal trying to work himself there. Oh, terrific! What an acquisition he's turning out to be. The manager who hasn't yet committed himself to Ronnie Rosenthal joins in the applause for that sharpest of turns and swiftest of shots. 1-0, Ronnie Rosenthal's goal, his 5th in Liverpool red. Barnes, Rosenthal wants to whip it in quickly. He does have an individual streak that if Liverpool do keep him, they might want to harness to their basic battle plan. Burrows with some individual work of his own. And the cross from Barnes. Steve Nicol, 2-0! Again, Kenny Dalglish joins in the applause, and I think there was a smile to go with it this time. Barnes supplied the centre, and Steve Nicol, with typical determination and this sixth sense that he has about getting into a scoring position, he banged the header past Besant. And now Barnes. Good tackle by Hall. He's asked to provide another one now, and he can't. Barnes skips past him. Rosenthal! He was unmarked. The goal was there for the taking. And again, as with Nicol's goal in the first half, Barnes set it up, but really so much has gone Rosenthal's way since he came here from Belgium. You've got to expect the odd miss as well. Here he is again. He's got the better of Jonsson. Rush goes to the near post this time. It's Rush, and it's off the bar and over. Well, Ian Rush, still so relevant for Liverpool while we talk of the newcomers around him. Bumstead, it's a good effort. Oh! It's an outrageous save by Grobbelaar. Most goalkeepers would be happy to push that one aside. A beautiful shot from Bumstead, and Grobbelaar caught it. Terrific. Here's Gillespie. Rush making the run. Nicely found. Good control at the end of it too, and a terrific pass for Steve Nicol. Liverpool have a third. And it was put together in a high-class way, in keeping with the values that they preach at Anfield. Rush made it. Nicol scored it. His second. Rosenthal. Maybe a fourth in the offing for Liverpool. Barnes, booted out by Moncao. There's a gap opened up in the centre as Johnson was distracted to move to cover Rosenthal, who's got free now. And there's one for Rush. And the style well and truly turned on now. Well, he hasn't smiled too much recently, Kenny Dalglish. But he's beaming now. Rosenthal, Rush, 4-0. Chelsea certainly haven't been impotent here. They've kept their heads up. They've tried to go for goal throughout. But they've come second again against Liverpool by quite a long way. Dixon. Is he away from Hansen? Kerry Dixon has the last word for Chelsea. Reward there for battling away. Robillard depressed to lose a goal in stoppage time. But Dixon has had some threatening moments throughout the game, and now he has a goal to his name.
Bruce Rioch's first game as Millwall manager came with a bit of history. He used to play for Villa, winning a third division title medal with them 18 years ago, and as a manager he denied them a place at Wembley just a couple of months back, beating them twice with Middlesbrough in the Zenith Data Systems Cup. Villa found it a struggle against Rioch again here, David Platt trying the acrobatic, finding goalkeeper Keith Brannigan every bit as agile. Platt has had a terrific season overall, although his form has dipped over the past couple of months and Villa's title challenge has faltered as a result. That said, he was their greatest goal threat against Millwall and Brannigan had to be brilliant again to deny him before half-time. Villa's realistic hopes of overhauling Liverpool effectively ended in midweek, but they are at least guaranteed a top 2 finish. Platt bundled in with 10 minutes left to make sure of that. The aim now is to finish the campaign with a flourish and see where it takes them. Millwall now 18 games without a league win, a run stretching back to December when they beat Villa.
Dowie turning on it and rebounding wide. Across comes Danny Wilson, putting pressure on Adams. They're really fighting hard now, Luton. They've really got the bit between their teeth. And they win a throw-in. Priest wants to take it quickly. Moving off the ball well, knocked back to David Priest, into the middle, knocked down here by Winterburn, and Dowie's in there, and a great goal! Dowie pinched it. A little bit anxious at times, but here's Tim Breaker, who's had a superb game, 203 game here. Breaker combining with Wilson. Breaker keeps going down the right-hand side. Wilson picks him out. Adams can't even grab him. Breaker's now in a great position. In goes Kingsley Black, and he's got it. What a superb goal. And it's 2-0 to Luton Town. Well, and that is not the form of a side going down.
Luton's win means Sheffield Wednesday suddenly have reason to be nervous. Having reached 40 points by the penultimate Saturday in March, they ought to have been safe long ago. Perhaps complacency has set in. Paul Parker allowed to run 50 yards unchallenged, Roy Wegerle able to get the cross in with minimal resistance, Colin Clark left free at the back post to finish. From a defensive point of view, it was a thoroughly avoidable goal. Wednesday still had plenty of time to turn it round though. David Hurst spun himself into the perfect position to equalise and then lost his bearings. Peter Shirtliff then went closer still. A great piece of attacking enterprise this, and it deserved better. But a fourth straight defeat means the pressure is on now. Wednesday, 3 points ahead of Luton, go to relegated Charlton next Saturday. It now feels like a match they must win. Crystal Palace went into the weekend needing a win to be certain of survival. Who better to get it against than their relegated tenants? Charlton, in yellow, held out for 56 minutes before their defence went missing as Gary Thompson stretched to score. Mark Bright provided the cross for the first, then scored the second himself. Andy Gray's ball to the far post, finding Bright free, and the header taking a deflection off John Humphrey to wrong-foot goalkeeper Bob Boulder. The First Division's least effective attack couldn't find a way back, a relief to a Palace defence without the injured Andy Thorne and Jeff Hopkins. This was as worrying as it got. Scott Minto thwarted by Nigel Martin. Palace can now look forward to the cup final, free of relegation fears. It would take a freakish set of results to send Derby down, although the fact there's still even a slim mathematical chance of relegation ought to be a cause for alarm, given that they were 7th less than 2 months ago. Robert Rosario's first goal since December, courtesy of Rule Fox's cross, gave Norwich a half-time lead at the baseball ground. Those same two players combined again in the second half. When Fox hits full speed, he's difficult to stop. Rosario provided the return pass for the winger, whose finish gave the fit-again Peter Shilton no chance. Derby are 6 points clear of Luton and have a vastly superior goal difference, which offers an insurance policy they really shouldn't be having to rely on.
David White. Lovely mover. Oh, McDonald's mistake. Adrian Heath. Niall Quinn. It's there. It's been coming. Niall Quinn's got it. Whiteside, great early ball. Kevin Sheedy in space. This game's really opening up now. Ebrel calling for it. Nevin's in the middle. Cotty's there too. Play back to Norman Whiteside. Ray Atterveld. Oh, and Dibble just protected the near post, but they were lining up at the far. Ebrel. Redmond. One back by McCall. Sheedy with space. Pointed overlapping. Sheedy shot. Brilliantly tipped over. McCall. Whiteside. Sheedy. Tries luck again. Oh, and it's just out. They're getting closer and closer.
Nobody's finishing the First Division season as well as Tottenham, who are on course to be London's top club. Who knows what they might have achieved had they been a little more consistent during the first half of the campaign. They look as if they could give anyone a game in this mood. Paul Stewart's cross, Gary Lineker's header, Paul Gascoigne could hardly miss. Gascoigne was imperious, outshining Neil Webb and Brian Robson in the midfield battle. England will hope for more of the same against Czechoslovakia at Wembley on Wednesday. Bobby Robson in the stand at White Hart Lane himself to check on Gascoigne's progress. Must have liked what he saw. The build-up to the second goal was every bit as impressive. Stewart to Paul Allen to Lineker, his 26th goal of the season from just his sort of range. Manchester United didn't really show the verve that has propelled them to 4 straight league wins and an FA Cup final over the past month. Perhaps that's understandable now that First Division safety is ensured. They got a break midway through the second half when Gudni Bergson handled, apparently panicked by the presence of Mark Robbins behind him. It was United's first penalty since the opening day of the season. Steve Bruce scored it. Spurs, though, secured a 6th successive league win and climb to 3rd.
Osman gets it away, and then Wallace, good ball. Horn. Now then, Rodney Wallace to his left. And he finds Rodney Wallace. Yes! Letizia will take this. Oh, and it's in! And he's done it again! Rodney Wallace is second of the game.
Wimbledon have managed only 4 home league wins all season, Coventry only 3 away, so the smart money was on a draw barring something special. Cyril Regis did his best to provide it, but Hans Sagers matched him. Clive Goodyear has only just returned to the Wimbledon side after an absence of nearly 2 years. He was involved in their best moments in the second half, the fullback crossing onto Paul Miller's head, but the chance got away to the relief of Coventry's defence and those who selected the game on their pools coupon.
McDonald, Wegley! Goal for Queen's Park Rangers. And it has been coming. That's not according to Liverpool's plan. Clark. Colin Clark, underside of the bar. Wilkins trying to finish it off and can't. And if Liverpool do recover in this game, that might be the moment where it's turned away from Queen's Park Rangers. Mulby. The spare man here is Steve Nicol. Wilkins goes across to try and perhaps get a tackle in, but Nicol to Barnes, back to Nicol. And now Rush. Oh, and Seaman was beaten by the power of it. Ian Rush, he hopes, puts Liverpool back on course. McMahon, Rush, for Nicol, one-on-one against Maddox. It's a penalty, just inside the area. The linesman gave the decision, and they're also waving from further back as well. Danny Maddox. Now, where was the tackle? Well, my word, it was a close one. What you have to say is that the linesman was absolutely in line. It hasn't been the best of seasons for Liverpool from the penalty spot. But here goes the newly crowned Footballer of the Year, John Barnes. 2-1. That might mean the championship. Still no sign of emotion. Well, Liverpool have done their part. They have won. And they wait now for news of the final score. Ronnie Moran wants to know what's happened, because if Villa have drawn at home to Norwich City, the uncertainty is over. They track the resistance of Queen's Park Rangers and the rest of the First Division.
An afternoon of roller coaster emotions for the Villa fans. Dejection when Raul Fox's volley flashed past Nigel Spink. Fox, only recently recalled to the side, was scoring for the second successive Saturday. In the second half, the upswing for Villa began with Gordon Cowan's corner and Paul McGrath's header, his first goal for the club. Then Tony Cascarino followed suit. The striker Villa bought for £1.5 million had gone 8 games without breaking his duck. Next, a long, patient build-up saw Tony Daly find Gordon Cowans. It was his killer pass that opened the way for David Platt to make it 3-1. Villa's goals had come in the space of 5 minutes. But from there, it was all downhill for Villa. Tim Sherwood set off in pursuit of a promising-looking 1-2, but didn't quite get there. Just when the pass seemed destined to reach him, Derek Mountfield got in first. Own goal, 3-2. Villa had just over 10 minutes to hang on, but couldn't. A 60-yard pass, Sherwood again causing trouble. Robert Rosario hits the shot inside the far post. And right at the end, with Liverpool already celebrating, only Mark Walton's save prevented Cascarino from spoiling the Anfield party.
They can't dispute their ability. There's nobody can dispute that. At the end of the day, they've come away and they've won it, and they've deserved to win it because they're the best.
How long does it take before you start thinking about winning it next year?
Well, I don't know. We need to start right away, I suppose, but we've won it because we've got a good quality squad and we've got plenty of depth there. And if we can improve in it, well, we'll try our best to do so, but it'll take a bit of improving in this squad.
I told you before, you got a great smile. It's nice to see plenty of it today. Thanks. Cheers.
And he has. Kenny Dalglish has gone into the deep end of the pool. Somebody saying he can.
Sheffield Wednesday, having lost the previous 4, a source of pre-match encouragement would have been an identical run by Charlton. Nigel Worthington squaring for David Hurst. That was shortly before half-time. Charlton, already relegated and playing their last home match in the First Division for, well, who knows how long, looked like depriving Wednesday of a couple of priceless points when Andy Jones slid in at the near post after 52 minutes. But Wednesday were far from finished as they ploughed forward yet again. There were 8 minutes left. Now, over at Kenilworth Road at this stage, Luton and Crystal Palace were goalless, but more of that in a moment. David Hurst, a sharp turn, brought his second of the match, his 16th of the season, and barring a dramatic finale at Kenilworth Road, First Division survival.
Strong in the tackle, tight in their marking, making it so difficult for Luton to open them up in midfield, but Wilson's done well here, and Wilson's in with a chance. He shoots and hits the post, and Rees is saved superbly by Nigel Martin. And Luton looked as if they were through there, denied once by the post and then once by goalkeeper Martin. Luton are on the fringe of being relegated. If they don't get the winner here, it's all over. It might be totally unjust as far as this game is concerned, but they must keep plugging away into the closing seconds. And now, for the first time, Jason Rees looked a little bit anxious. Rees ducking by his man nicely. Rees continuing the run. Wilson pulls him out. Rees can pull one back. Oh, what a goal! It's Ian Dowie with seconds left. They've got the winner. Absolutely unbelievable. The delight that roars round Kenilworth Road, the joy from Ian Dowie. That goal has saved them for the moment. They're placed in the First Division. Wilson picks out young Rees and in to knock it in. It doesn't matter whether it was with his knee, with his foot or with his head. It's the winner from Ian Dowie, and they're still in the First Division.
Adams with the header. Smith shielding it well. Beautiful chip. Beautifully weighted. Finds Marwood on the left. Good cross of the ball, Marwood, and there's the header. There's the goal. Paul Davis it is. What a comeback for him. Rocastle. Good break by Rocastle. Merson with the shot. Oh, and it's there. Beautiful finish.
Terry Venables was upset enough about the bumps and bruises Tottenham received that he refused a post-match handshake with his Wimbledon counterpart Bobby Gould. Spurs never able to settle at Plough Lane. John Fashanu desperately unlucky not to score there. It was a brilliant piece of improvisation. This was a rapid return to earth for Paul Gascoigne following an outstanding performance for England on Wednesday. As Tottenham's man of the moment struggled, Fashanu thrived. Only 7 minutes gone when this superb individual effort proved decisive. Tottenham's 6-match winning streak is over, and that was every bit as much a reason for Venables' frustration. Derby were already safe realistically, but it was still a relief to get the job done mathematically. Mark Wright's winner at Main Road came at the end of a week in which he won his first England cap in almost 2 years. Derby, who picked up just 5 points from their previous 10 matches, finished with a trip to champions Liverpool and a home game against a revived Luton. Only the bottom four have picked up fewer away points than Everton this season, and Malay's Colin Harvey needs to sort out if he's to end the club's search for a trophy. Goalless with 20 minutes to go at Stamford Bridge, then Kerry Dixon popped up. It was Kevin McAllister who provided the cross. Dixon is finishing the season on a roll, although it helps when opposing defences make it easier for him. Neil Poynton's wild miscue, Dixon left unattended to volley in, his third goal in 2 games. That wasn't the last of the defensive errors. After Kevin Sheedy's through ball, Erland Johnson switched off and allowed Pat Nevin to mark his first return to Stamford Bridge with a calmly taken consolation goal. Despite it, Everton lost and dropped to 5th, 1 point and 1 place ahead of Chelsea. Southampton don't need an invitation to score goals, but Coventry defender Trevor Peake gave them one anyway with that clumsy challenge on Matt Le Tissier. It looked a genuine attempt to get the ball by Peake, but he was never likely to succeed because of Le Tissier's body position. Le Tissier's never missed a penalty, so that was that. His 24th goal of the season. Perhaps understandably, Coventry's defenders decided to back off a little after that, allowing Le Tissier to produce a delightful layoff for Rod Wallace. Yellow shirts chasing in vain, Wallace setting up Barry Horn to score. The Dell has witnessed more goals than any other First Division ground this season. Even Liverpool can't match Southampton's total of 40 at home, but there's quality to match the quantity. Russell Osman's unstoppable free kick rounded off a comprehensive win.
But Oldham at the moment looking assured as Irwin brings it forward again. Picks out Adams, who's still on that far side. An accurate ball in for Ritchie now. Good play this. And the shot by Ritchie! Flicked away well by Steve Sutton. Quality strike from a quality striker who's having a fantastic season. Laws now to Pearce. Hit in towards Parker. Good shot! Oh, terrific bit of goalkeeping. What a splendid shot by Parker. When he let that one go, he must have felt that this is the goal, but Andy Rhodes was there.
Well, you can see it's played in by Stuart Pearce. Turns well, hits it brilliantly, saves superbly.
Well, suddenly Clough's way up forward now, and Jemson with a chance for Forrest. He's done it! Forrest have snatched the lead. With Nigel Jemson, the manager, quite unmoved, the goalkeeper quite perplexed, and the fans absolutely overjoyed.
It's a great ball from Nigel Clough, Brian. And Jemson's through on his own. He doesn't really make good contact with it first time, but the second time he makes no mistake.
Paul Warhurst with the free kick towards Andy Ritchie, flicked on by him towards Palmer. Oh my goodness, how did that stay out? Palmer got a touch. Sutton's arms were flailing. I'm not sure whether he got a touch or not. And Adams, who was coming in at the far post, just failed to get what would have been the simplest of tap-ins. The Royal Highness hands the trophy to Stuart Pearce, and Nottingham Forest have done it again. Applause from the manager for the team that have achieved another victory.
Wimbledon faced both FA Cup finalists in the space of 3 days this week. Starting at Old Trafford on Monday, they needed Hans Sagers to use all of his know-how to deny Steve Bruce in the first half. United had rather less experience in their goal, with Jim Leighton given the night off. 18-year-old Mark Bosnich was handed a senior debut and did everything that was asked of him, saving well here from Paul Miller. Alex Ferguson also rested Brian Robson, Brian McClare and Neil Webb with Wembley in mind. United as a whole looked as if their thoughts were elsewhere. It wasn't a great game. Russell Beardsmore created their best chances. Mark Hughes couldn't take this one.
On Tuesday, Kenny Dalglish delighted the Liverpool fans by picking himself for the first time for 2 years, a substitute at the age of 39 against Derby. And it was only after his highly acclaimed arrival that Liverpool won the game. Gary Gillespie with 9 minutes left. So Alan Hansen became a championship winner for the 8th time as Kenny Dalglish paid tribute to his entire squad.
Well, 2 against 2, and they've got Horn up, so Southampton indeed have 3 up. Played through for Horn, and a goal for Southampton. A classic break, supported superbly by Letitia, but a terrific run by Barry Horn. Taken by Winterburn, up towards Bold, flicked on by him, and they're claiming a penalty, a handball. Floated across the Southampton penalty area. Let's have a good look at this one. They claim a handball by Ruddock there. So, Dixon, when it's all died down, can he score this equaliser now for Arsenal? 1-1. Groves. Wide towards Merson, played in now. Rocastle's in there. Rocastle! A birthday gift to the man who didn't start only as a substitute, but he's come on and he's proved the point.
Jim Leighton wrote the script for Wednesday's hammering. Not sure he'd want to read it, though. The basic storyline was laid down by Gary Parker's blockbuster volley. Jim's attempts to keep out Stuart Pearce's curling free kick were ill-timed. Nice dive, shame about the post. But international goalkeepers are built to bounce back from bad mistakes and bad press. It's the bad bounces that are really hard to take. Nigel Clough piling on the agony. It didn't end there, though. 4 is 4 up in 25 minutes. And if there are any budding young keepers looking in, watch Jim and ask yourself, is it really worth it? Steve Chettle was the scorer. Good luck to Jim at Wembley. He's due.
Fashanu, oh, he went in high there, and Thomas wasn't very pleased about it. And they're coming in from all angles here. Thomas being dragged away, and Fashanu will have to go into the book at the very least. It didn't quite reach him. Still a chance, that's a good ball. Well, Martin's missed it completely. Wise, brilliantly done. Oh, it didn't go in. Hit the bar. Lovely skills from Dennis Wise. Rocketed in. Here's Pardew. And again. And Bright! And Palace are in front. Mark Bright, the scorer. Well to get round the back. Pardew and Wise, and here we go again. Well, it really doesn't warrant that sort of reaction. Dennis Wise has stayed down. Fashanu and Pemberton having a go in the front there, but it's all got a little bit out of hand, this. Fashanu jumping, well, that's come off court. Martin scurrying. He did very well indeed to keep that out. Would have been an extraordinary goal had it gone in.
Well, some of the crowd are on the pitch. Well, some of the crowd are on the pitch. They think it's all over, but it is now.
The extra man is Brian Laws. Impeded by King. Well, the Wednesday supporters ball disappointment to that decision, but it was a clear-cut one. Well, Pearce is the favourite here, although Nigel Clough might have a say. And Gary Parker
third player around the ball for Forest. In fact, Clough's gone away now. And here goes Pearce. Through the wall, into the corner. And that is disastrous for Sheffield Wednesday. And now Pearson got a foot in for Wednesday. Hurst held it up beautifully. Now Sheridan. Atkinson trying to make a decoy move, perhaps so that Sheridan could shoot. Hurst does shoot! Oh, when you needed a stroke of luck, Sheffield Wednesday couldn't get it for Hurst. Oh, not the second time either. First the post, then the goalkeeper. And David Hurst, the frustrated forward. Well, Hodge did his part in the Stuart Pearce goal. Just darting away, having joined the line of Sheffield Wednesday defenders and creating a gap. Here's a gap for Sheffield Wednesday, Daly and Atkinson! Crosby. Now Clough had a look to the left to see what was on before the ball arrived with him. Here comes Pearce. It'll come back for Pearce. He's got his second. And the player Sheffield Wednesday feared the most is making this a disastrous afternoon for Ron Atkinson. And Forest really fancying it now, 2 up and prepared to attack from all quarters. Will that leave some space for Sheffield Wednesday to exploit? It might. Atkinson. Hurst. Atkinson. There's a man spare here, it's Trevor Francis. In goes Atkinson. They just cannot believe it. Well, whether the news has reached Ron Atkinson, I'm not sure. But Luton are leading at Derby. I think he's heard. Silence here from the Sheffield Wednesday supporters, who are starting to comprehend the consequences of this afternoon's events at Hillsborough and at the baseball ground. Franz Carr, Hodge, Jemson, 3-0. Are Sheffield Wednesday surrendering now? Sheffield Wednesday have not been able to secure First Division safety by their own efforts. They've been beaten by Nottingham Forest by 3-0. Now they must hope that there's good news from the baseball ground.
It's Priest doing the organising. Other players up front to aim for. And Tim Breaker behind him. Breaker with a drive. And the goal! Tim Breaker, 66 seconds on the clock with a tremendous drive beating Peter Shilton. What a drive that was. Dreyer aiming one forward again. And that was almost won there by young Jason Rees. Williams gets it away. Well picked up by McDonough. Wilson in there. Dowie's got it. No, he hasn't. Black has though. And it's 2-0. The storyline so far is going Luton's way, but not here, as Dean Saunders breaks on the left-hand side. Breaker can't even bring him down. Still, Saunders is getting through. Fullbacks even pushing up here. Saunders going again. Luton can't get it away cleanly. It's Mark Wright coming through, playing in midfield at the moment. After going 2 goals down, Mark Wright pushes up onto the edge of the area. Up goes Dreyer, pushed by Harford, and Wright banks it in. Mark Wright with a good half volley, beating out Chamberlain, pulls one back for Derby County. So the closing minutes then of this first half, Luton having gained such a valuable 2-goal lead, having 1 goal pegged back, now are under a bit of pressure. With a lot of players pulled up here for this free kick. Away by Darwin, it drops to Williams and he bangs it and it's in. and it's 2-2 suddenly. They couldn't get it away cleanly, Luton Town, and Williams drives it very cleanly into the net. Every time Kingsley Black gets the ball on that left-hand side, it's danger. But this is Julian James. Who can he find? It's Black, tantalisingly going for it. Gets one back again. Kingsley Black again, shoots off the post, and it's in. Kingsley Black from well outside the area beats Peter Shilton yet again, and Luton Town are in the lead unbelievably. From the boy born and bred in Luton, the former Luton supporter on the terraces, Kingsley Black scores that all-important goal from well outside the area. Not a terribly strong shot, but beautifully placed off the post and in. 3-2. Absolutely right. It looks as if they are going to stay up. If the reports we're getting from Hillsborough are correct, then Sheffield Wednesday have lost against Nottingham Forest. We're into injury time now as Luton hang on to possession and to First Division status. As we all look at the referee and the whistle goes. Luton Town, unbelievably, have done it. They've won here by 3-2, but they've won a much, much bigger victory. They're staying in the First Division.
It ain't really sunk in yet. That's the hard part. You know, sometimes when you lose a game, losing's horrible, but when you do lose a game, sometimes you think, right, next week you can get back into it. All I do know is, like the rest of the team, I started the morning off as a First Division manager. I'm now a Second Division manager.
Last time Sheffield Wednesday were relegated from the First Division, it took 14 years to get back. Have you sort of sensed that gloom because of that the Second Division now is very, very hard to get out of?
To be fair, I haven't even give that a...
Your fans are saying you get straight back.
Well, I mean, they're brilliant. They are brilliant.
Does it?
That's what makes it worse.
Does it really affect the equation that Sheffield United have come up and you've passed them on the way down?
Well, that doesn't make it any easier, of course. I mean, full marks to them. Congratulations. They've had a great season. And, you know, I was looking... I've got to be honest, I was looking forward to the First Division next season with more optimism than ever, you know, with the big clubs, 2 more big clubs back up and local rivalry, local derbies. We've got to try and redeem the situation as quickly as possible. I mean, the obvious thing is we'll bounce back in this business where they say, well, sometimes you have to go down to take stock. I don't ever believe in that. We were well good enough to stay up. Nobody to blame but ourselves, me included.
Liverpool's motto against upstarts has always been match them for determination and effort, and the skill will take care of itself. They completed their duties with a walkabout in Coventry. Ian Rush leading the parade after the home team had been stupid enough to score first. They never learn, do they? If John Barnes really is going, his leaving present to us has been a season of sumptuous moments. Effortless excellence. If, as Liverpool hope, he is staying, then opposing defenders had better get used to the idea that he now scores as many as he makes. As many as any other player in the division, in fact. Mind you, Ronnie Rosenthal might have run him close with an earlier start. Few players have genuine pace and power. Ronnie has precision too. It's interesting to see Ian Rush figuring at the start rather than at the end of scoring moves. His has been a tireless contribution to the title effort. Barnes's, though, has been a peerless one. Wouldn't it be great if he could do that to the rest of the world this summer? He's got the ability, all right. Rosenthal, meanwhile, will probably spend the summer house hunting on Merseyside. Liverpool on the verge of completing a £750,000 deal with Standard Liège. Rosenthal looks worth every shekel.
Aston Villa's title challenge faded in part because of a lack of goals, yet as the season ends, they're suddenly scoring and conceding with abandon. Tony Cascarino turning the ball into his own net. With the Republic of Ireland World Cup campaign looming, perhaps all the out-of-sorts Cascarino needs is a confidence boost because the instincts are still fully intact. The striker converted Mark Blake's cross early in the second half for perhaps the most straightforward of the game's goals. There were certainly some odd ones going in at Goodison. Everton restored their lead with an effort straight out of the "if at first you don't succeed" school. Tony Cottee denied before the decisive touch was eventually provided by Mike Newell, back in the number 9 shirt and scoring for the first time since October. But the two weirdest goals were yet to come. Neville Southall, in throwing the ball out, inexplicably strayed beyond the edge of his penalty area. Handball, the referee's verdict. Gordon Cowans took advantage of the goalkeeping error with a sublime free kick. It really wasn't Southall's day. Tony Daly is a frightening sight for defenders when he's belting down the touchline at full pace, and he does have the finishing ability to match, but surely that was a cross, wasn't it? Daly's reaction suggested he wasn't quite expecting to hit the jackpot. That would have been an extraordinary goal with which to settle the match, but it didn't. Approaching the final 10 minutes, Cottee was brought down by the former Evertonian Derek Mountfield. Kevin Sheedy's no longer a guaranteed starter, but his left foot is as reliable as ever. Good news for the Republic of Ireland, that, and a warning to England before they meet in Cagliari next month.
Here's Gascoigne. The burst of pace took him through the gap. And Stewart! Conjured by Gascoigne. Paul Allen strong enough. And that's 2. Letizier. Nice turn. Oh, how did he get that back? And Cook, the substitute, in the very last minute for 2-1.
Tottenham's result meant that Arsenal had to win at Carrow Road to finish as London's top club. No certainty given their poor away record. They trailed after 13 minutes, Mark Bowen. Alan Smith went into this match having scored just once since New Year's Day, so he needed this. Kevin Campbell the provider, Smith equalising 2 minutes before half-time. Yet Arsenal were behind again by the break, Robert Rosario sending Robert Fleck clear. John Lukic did his best, but none of his teammates were quick enough to catch up with Rule Fox, who scored for the 3rd game in a row. Both sides were on their best behaviour, having received fines for the 21-man brawl that marred their last meeting in November. Smith seems to be back to his best form. A very well-taken second goal secured a draw, not enough to overhaul Spurs.
Wallace goes short this time to Martin. Gives it back to Wallace. Bruce with a header, good save by Boulder, and turned in by Ballister. And the cup finalists are ahead, 1-0.
The carnival atmosphere in the stands, not so much on the pitch. Crystal Palace took a 3rd-minute lead through Alan Pardew and showed a fierce competitive streak that left their opponents somewhat startled. No Steve Coppell at Selhurst Park, the manager was away watching cup final opponents Manchester United, and not much grass either, thanks to a herbicide that had managed to kill off most of the pitch. You don't need a beautiful top surface to score that kind of goal though. Andy Gray perhaps getting in some shooting practice for Wembley. 2-0 to Palace after 10 minutes, and that remained the score until the final 20, when Gary O'Reilly, perhaps harshly, was judged to have handled. A penalty for Manchester City converted by one-time Palace striker Clive Allen, who'd just come on as a substitute. City were unhappy at the ferocity of some of Palace's tackling. Mark Ward was removed to the far side of the field to cool down at one stage as his personal battle with Gray threatened to boil over. Gary Thompson was then sent off, the result of one foul too many for referee Hutchinson's liking. Steve Redmond copping for it here, Palace forced to finish with 10 men. City were good value for a point though, they got it with 2 minutes left. Niall Quinn brought the ball down with a hint of a hand before rolling in the equaliser. At the end, City's fans cheered Palace during their lap of honour. Will only be too happy to see them beat United at Wembley next weekend.
A great day for striker Kerry Dixon. A golden hat-trick from him. First, a header. 32 minutes gone. Then just over an hour gone. Kerry Dixon, top scorer for the 6th time in 7 seasons. His second with his right foot. And in the last 10 minutes, Dixon underlines what a complete striker he is. Kerry Dixon with the left. 25 goals for him this season. Chelsea finish 5th. Millwall, though, at least apart on a defiant note. There's a late response from Welsh international Malcolm Allen.
Wimbledon's style doesn't always make them friends, but it's hard to criticise their stamina at the moment. This was their 4th game in 8 days, and there were no signs of slacking off. Dennis Wise was particularly inspired, taking his time against David Bardsley before delivering the cross for the opening goal. Paul Miller hit the post. John Fashanu, making a late bid for England's World Cup squad, snapped up the rebound. QPR, fresh from threatening to delay Liverpool's title party last weekend, drew level 2 minutes before the break. Colin Clark got clear and was hauled down by Keith Curle. No doubt about the penalty. No trouble for Roy Wegerle. Wimbledon, though, have been the hardest team to beat on their travels in the First Division this season, with fewer away defeats than even Liverpool. Wise's ability to conjure up magic from set pieces has undoubtedly helped. Paul Miller heading in at the far post as the Rangers' defence retreated in panic. The home side was soon level again, though. Substitute Les Ferdinand showed the strength and the stomach for a scrap. When he ran into traffic on the edge of the penalty area, Justin Channing, at the second attempt, swept the loose ball into the net. 2-2. It was turning into quite a contest. Certainly a memorable afternoon for David Seaman, making probably his final appearance in goal for Rangers. He almost went to Arsenal in March. That deal is widely expected to go through over the summer. There was one last twist for Seaman, a defensive mix-up here leading to the conceding of a corner as the game moved into the final minute. Wise jogged over to take it and started making plans for the goalkeeper's leaving present. A special Wimbledon leaving present, one you're not likely to forget in a hurry. Wise's delivery was flicked on at the near post and Keith Curle hooked in the winner. Wimbledon finish in 8th, their highest position of the season. Liverpool then take the title by 9 points, having won their final 4 matches, but that doesn't reflect Villa's achievements in remaining serious contenders until the final 3 weeks of the season. Tottenham won the race behind the top 2 to finish as London's best. There'll be 2 fewer clubs from the capital in next season's First Division. Millwall and Charlton take the drop. Joining them, Sheffield Wednesday, who were caught by Luton's extraordinary late run to safety.
Barber takes the free kick, and is it over the line? Gary O'Reilly got to it. Crystal Palace with a set piece. Just as they did to Liverpool, they've done to Manchester United. Ince for McClare. Can Wallace reach it? He does. McClare. Robson! 1-1. Webb. Phelan. Here's Wallace. Oh, and it'll come for Hughes! Not what you'd call a cup final classic as goals go. Crystal Palace, a unit who works so well collectively, but if there is a player on their staff who can sprinkle something special on the recipe for them. It is Ian Wright. But how fit is he? Here goes Wright. There's the acceleration. There's the turn. Is it the goal? I don't believe it! What an arrival! What a substitution! It's 2-2.
Oh, this is incredible. It's a great ball through. The combination works well. Shrugs off Mike Phelan. You wonder, is he going to do it? What a magnificent turn from a guy who's been out the game for long periods. And what a cool finish in his first FA Cup final.
Good work from John Salako. Oh, it must be! It is! It's right! Made by Salako, scored by Wright, and Crystal Palace have got to get their concentration.
I think after the semi-finals, only a fool would be prepared to say that's it.
Wallace, room to turn. Hughes peels off on a run. Hughes! 3-3!
And it's Gray. Oh, saved by Seeley's legs. That's a good stop. It may even be a brilliant stop. Ince having to hurdle another tackle. And now McClare. He's into the centre much more than the second half. You know, he's moved in from the right-hand side, Brian McClare, and he's having some good play and some good touches. This is Wallace. Webb. Lee Martin from left back, an inspired run on the far side. A chance here, and a goal! What a tremendous run! And Manchester United have taken the lead, and Lee Martin made a run from left back that was, what, 40, 50 yards, took it on his chest and smashed it with his right foot past Nigel Martin, and after an hour's play, Manchester United are in front in the cup final because Andy Gray couldn't get to him, and it's the roof of the net. Manchester United have won the FA Cup and equalled the record of 7 outright wins. Palace slumped to the ground. Manchester United celebrate Alex Ferguson's first major trophy at Old Trafford, thanks to a goal by a home-produced player. He spent £13 million, and the lad who got the goal didn't cost a penny. And Manchester United have the time to console unhappy Palace players who've given so much on Saturday, but Steve Coppell's team finally made to look second best as the Manchester United supporters salute a most unlikely man with a Cup Winners' Medal, Les Seeley. Who would have believed this a week ago? He came in place of Jim Leighton and did everything that was asked of him. And an on-loan goalkeeper facing a free transfer has won an FA Cup Winners' Medal. Just look at that man's face. The years seem to have fallen away there from Alex Ferguson after a season of torment and tribulation. He embraces his players.